Starscream, and now the leader of the Decepticons!
Do as I command.
Yes, yes, Master!
Let's talk more work. Autobot presence detected. Megatron, do you read?
I'll crush you with my bare hands. Autobots, roll out!
We'll give them the fight of their lives.
They must be terminated.
Prime told me there'd be days like this.
One shall stand, one shall fall. Join them in extinction! You wrong, and you ugly too! Dinobots, attack!
Decepticons, retreat.
You are a fool, Megatron! Starscream in pursuit!
Prioritize turrets. I've got morons on my team. You fail me yet again, Starscream.
Old friend, you kept this planet safe. You truly are a worthy Autobot. Good work.
I won't let you die.
Yeah! The game is more fun in co-op!
The M on his chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin.
Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's breaking the mirror. It's out and word. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than here. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than here. Stand together, let it go.
Nothing can stop them now. Not Leomord. Not even the mist.
An oath is an oath. Leomord won't leave us. We will fight together. Like 100 years ago!
For Richburg!
If this is our doom, I'll console myself we fought together. Necro Keep is where the light doesn't shine, they say. But we make our own light. We hold our ground!
Vexana, I did it!
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to the final stage of the North America Challenger Tournament. I'm your host, Assassin Dave. Hopefully everybody's having a fantastic day so far. Today is the day that we start the final phase of the summer season of this entire NACT. The stake cannot be higher. We have 4 teams battle to the death in a double elimination format. Now, before we get into the details of today's match, make sure to answer the questions of the day shown on screen right now. The first question, who do you think is going to win the first match? Answer that in the chat. Second question, is New Wave and Team Sexy going to have a 2-1 series? Predictions, yeah, just what do you think? Let us know in the chat and join the debate, join the discussion with the community. With that being said, the first match, the players are ready. Today we got some special cast again, all the way from the other side of the globe. The one and only sexy and charming Leo and our very own incredible, amazing, talented private dancer. Are you guys ready to see the dynamic interactions, the exciting match brought to you by our amazing caster's desk?
Salutations, North America, and welcome to the NACT Finals. And here to help you swim through these spectacular seas of Mobile Legends semifinals, we are your tour guides, your navigators, your finals casting team. I am Private Dancer, and to my side, you already know him, and you would have already recognized him, Leo of MPL Philippines. And how are you doing on this glorious morning over there in the Philippines, Leo?
I love it. At your service from all the way across the world. Private, thanks for the amazing setup. I was expecting to just cover the match today, but little did I know we were also going to be navigators and tour guides. But yes, bittersweet. Sweet because Dave also greeted my pet, my son, Cups. He's over there. But also bitter because we were close to ending the summer split. I didn't expect for the whole NACT, for at least this run, to go so fast. But then again, I'm so happy to still be part of it.
Yeah, it's been an amazing month, a few weeks coming up here of just some great matches, exciting, and I don't even know how else to describe it. Surprising, mostly, is what I would use. As we do see here, the brackets coming up for these matches here for tonight. We will be featuring the first round. It's going to be Team Meta taking on First Blood, and then New Wave taking on Team Sexy. I'm not going to call it the losers round. We're going to call it the still trying to win brackets at the bottom. We will also be featuring that one as well tonight, and we will see who is going to be going to our semifinals.
I love the positivity. I love how you set up that round down bottom is not the losers round. Instead, let me add another chapter to it, a different name. It's the do or die round, and that's what makes it all the more interesting. A must watch. We're closing off tonight's broadcast with that, but first we're opening up with 2 best of 3s. And yes, as you mentioned, this is the final 4, and they're finally getting 2 lives. It's been an interesting knockout stage for the past few weeks of broadcast, but today we're going into the real business as it's known, because we're gonna see some stamina, we're gonna see some endurance, we're gonna see how teams learn on the fly and pick up on what the past few weeks of competition have been about. We're in, okay, we know that they're better in this situation. We know that they like these heroes, because that's what I did the past few days. I'm like, I caught up to what you, G, CCG, all the lovely casters of NACT have been working on. And today, I'm so excited. We're opening up with Meta and First Blood, Team First Blood. Dude, can I just say, Joy Bodge, so excited to see what he brings in here tonight.
Yeah, and we're gonna go right into the bans. And man, both of these teams, Meta and First Blood. I mean, first of all, both undefeated. Both are creating their own stories here within these last few weeks. We all know, I mean, most people already know Meta. Basically the king killers, the ones who were able to take down, who had the honor of taking down former champions BTK. But man, not to be drowned out by First Blood. Came out of nowhere, just joined the scene, I want to say 2 months ago, and just have hit the ground running and have been a force to be reckoned with.
Yep. They also have actually been through so much. You and I, we had some bonding time few hours ago, my last night, your earlier this morning, and you mentioned how they're actually going into the playoffs, the semifinals tonight, with a relatively different lineup. We're missing Hunter. Instead, it's Prophecy playing here.
Yeah, and whether that's going to be a pivotal point for them with how dominant they've been. And we've seen in these comps as the jungler kind of has taken a little bit of a step back as it comes to these engagements and these compositions. We've seen that mid role has become just a pivotal point, basically the tip of the spear for when these teams engage and whether that becomes a success for a team or not. So we're going to see how well that Team First Blood can kind of juggle around this, because they are no strangers to having to juggle around their roster a bit, but they have handled it like professionals. You wouldn't even know that this isn't the same roster that they had with the Squad League a few months ago.
Oh, for sure. That might be what makes them the team that goes over. Let's go into the draft here. Meta, first pick opening up with Mikasa special. There's the Eve. Something to note, in the first phase, they do ban that show, so much respect for my Bodge, Joy Bodge. But for Team First Blood, you can see how much they respect Annie's Masha and the rest of Mikasa's hero pool, the Valentina and the Lunox. They open up strong with one half of the amazing pair that a lot of teams go for. This might be a Karina. Esmeralda Karina, I've seen it so much in NACT. I wonder if that is what Team First Blood goes with.
Yeah, and interestingly, I mean, we all know, we've heard the stories. There are certain teams that have nightmares at night of Mikasa's Eve. So definitely going to be looking for that to be answered on the side of Team First Blood. But we do see kind of a newcomer, I want to say within the last 2 weeks, ever since that change to the Necro Keep, we've been seeing a lot of Faramis, especially with that cult altar, has basically changed the landscape for engagements for teams right now.
Oh, Private, you talked about the cult altar, man. I just got war flashbacks. Too soon! I played against a Faramis last night, and then the very next set of games, I think we won like 4 or 5 games in a row because of Faramis. That ult just shifts the landscape of how you play the game. It just changes the way you take team fights, and the answer back by Meta, they are not going to falter. They go ahead and pick up the Balmond, they get to pick up the reliable Beatrix, and the swing back by Team First Blood, that Claude. I'm liking how they're going all in. Like, Team First Blood, just the same. We are not giving an inch.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, as for First Blood, I do see like we are kind of getting into like a nice scaling composition here. We do have a little bit of a dive for that backline and engagement, and even a little bit something for a little bit of a disengage, perhaps, from Faramis. That's why I said, like, Faramis it's for me, it's very new. I've seen it in the ranked matches. I've seen how it does. It's just creates this. What do you do before that cult altar comes out? Are you supposed to pull back your team? Are you just supposed to go headlong into it and just kind of continuously do damage there? But we do see that Belmont pick up there. So they're going to have a lot on the side of Meta. They're going to have a lot of early game right now for them, whereas I feel like we might be lacking it a little bit on First Blood at the moment. So we're going to probably be looking for that to kind of round out the compositions here.
Yep, so far, Meta has a good scale into the early and mid, and then maybe they just cut it off there. If they win at 14-15 minutes and they don't fall for these cult altar dives, Team First Blood is in trouble. But looking at what the draft is how it's unfolding, there's I was about to say Joy Bodge and Six. It's looking tight for them. But mind you, folks watching at home, the Estes and the Diggy are still out there. Meta is known for their own flavor of the Ube. Not only are they like the Kingslayers, here the King Killers in RSG in their playstyle, but they're also like Blacklist. They're like an NA Blacklist because they're capable of playing those styles. There's a Haji inside of Mikasa. I've seen it. So I don't know if Team First Blood's ready to face that. They haven't choked that part out yet.
Yeah, and that actually might be a very interesting, because I've talked about this last week. I wonder, because I feel like Faramis and Estes kind of have the same kind of like mentality for your team. You're going to try to stick together. You're going to want to get the support from either that cult altar or that blessing of the moon goddess from Estes. So, and there, oh man, this is interesting because it's going to be the Ubi strat versus this Faramis strat. And to see, I mean, because neither of these strats are the easiest thing to pull off. You need some good communication, some good synergy with your team to make sure that these team fights go your way. And this is going to be a very interesting I guess verse here, and I'm excited to see how this works out.
Oh, there it is. All right, so if I may, there is an interesting relationship between the cult altar and the blessing of the moon goddess. You did mention they both extend life bars or HP in very different ways, but for Faramis ult to make sense, there is also a different way. You have to kind of make sure that your opponents fall into it. But for the Estes, it's more traditional, so it makes more sense. Oh no, this might be the Joy Bodge special. Not as lethal as his Cho. Doesn't have as much damage output, but it's able to space out folks better. The Fatal Links able to catch 3 or 4 if they do so. This might just be the perfect pickup, man. Might as well be as beautiful as Six's answer with the Diggy last week with this Atlas pick, because again, you're expecting that everyone's gonna go head on, face first into each other like Crush Gears for kids that grew up in the early 2000s, right? I'm showing my age, but you know what I mean, like that Fatal Links in the face of Blessing of the Moon Goddess plus that cult altar. This might have been the Kryptonite pick by Joy Bodge.
Well, not just that, but that does mean that the Faramis is going to be a mid lane. That means we're going to be going with a lot of damage from that, and that cone ability from Faramis on the more opponents that are in it, the more damage it does. So if you do land that Fatal Links and have Faramis come in there with that cone, that's going to be so much damage during these team fights.
Too much damage.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash.
But man, we are here. Yeah, we are here, the first game, Team Meta taking on Team First Blood as we start up into the opening seconds, and we're already seeing a little bit of harassment from the side of Team First Blood going into the jungle onto Meta.
Yep, there's the check by Joy Bodge, showing us a different facet of his play style. Quick Hellkirk ult. The best impression that we can come up with. As we figure this out, we are going to try to get back into the game. I have to talk about that Yu Zhong, right, on Annie. Last week, he made quick runs with the Masha, but this time around, it's more team fights. Instead of playing the map, it's more team fights. Quick battle up top.
Yeah, Destiny actually might be in a little bit of trouble. But you see the flicker going on to him. His Prophecy is going to be able to pick up that kill. And we have a very early First Blood by First Blood.
That's what we call the right-click Faramis. Prophecy spent his flicker to get that first blood. Oh, it's so characteristic of them. Meta, suffering deaths left and right. Wow!
Yeah, and just this early aggression by Team First Blood, they are not letting up. They are not willing to give Meta any type of breathing room to formulate that synergy that we've been seeing from them in these last 2 weeks. They just want to keep on putting on to this pressure onto them.
So earlier on in the draft, we were like, yeah, no, Meta has a great early to mid spike, but how is that Balmond gonna find a moment to get those deadly counters in, those lethal counters that steal objectives when he's missing 2 or 3 allies? So now big skirmish in mid.
Yeah, right now, but we do see that the rest of meta is able to join Hal, give him a little bit of assistance and a little bit of suppressive abilities here to kind of get First Blood to back off, but it does put them in a really good position for this turtle, which it doesn't really look like meta's actually going to be able to do anything with. Luffy is going to be getting caught here as Mikasa comes down with real-world manipulation, and the turtle does actually go over to meta, and Six getting the kill onto Kid now too, so they swung that around right back.
Oh, wow. Mikasa says, hold my Void Crystal. Because Prophecy, yes, had the first 30 seconds in, but Mikasa, as soon as that real-world manipulation dropped, it got very, very real. That's what we're missing, I think, in this whole dynamic. The fact that the Eve changes the game just as much as the Faramis and the Estes. I think we got blindsided. I have to admit, I personally got blindsided. Big Faramis fanboy here. But Mikasa's Eve is a game changer. As it is, these Eves own the map so much. We've seen this in the likes of the other teams still in the top 4. All these teams in the top 4 of NCT are so good at the Eve. So this might be something to watch out for.
Yeah, it's just, especially with just how much of the map it covers for fights, to be able to kind of hone in. We do see a little bit of a stalling here right now, as we're going to see Howl coming in onto Kid. Prophecy's going to go ahead and join the fight here. It is a 4-on-3. We do see the real world manipulation with Cold Altar, followed by that, but is it going to be enough to save the team? It's still not able to get away. Joybaj goes down, and Prophecy is on the run as well as Kid follows up, and Prophecy gets taken down 2. That is 3 kills unanswered by Team Meta.
And just like that, they popped. Nothing. Again, it changes the dynamic. Prophecy just doesn't have the items yet, and Gina here is in trouble. Blazing do it. It sucks with more than one target in there. But wait, the Fatal Links!
Yeah, we did see the Fatal Links coming in there. Howl in a little bit of trouble. Destiny is able to eke away with the assistance of Six there. So they are still in this game, still able to answer back, and still able to capitalize on those mistakes of meta.
All right, I just noticed. Am I right to assume that this is not? Yeah. So, Team First Blood is playing with a different mid laner. Meta has a different gold laner. We're expecting Sirius here, but instead we have Destiny.
Yes, and they did use Destiny earlier on in the rounds. They was probably what they opened up with the first and second rounds. They were using Destiny in place of Sirius. So they are. So we do have both of these teams are having do have different gold laners right now. So probably on a little bit of an even kilt here as we're moving into this next. What looks like it might maybe a little bit of an engagement here. Oh, we do see Joybot coming. It does land that Fatal Links, but we do see the Purifies there, followed now by that Cold Altar, but we're seeing it's not enough right now at this stage in the game. They are still getting taken down. We do see a lethal counter. Gina in a little bit of trouble here, is able to dash away, but I think this might be all she wrote for Gina, as he is trapped between 4 members and a tower in a bad way.
I'm loving this. Again, for both teams, we're far from calling it quits. But, folks, let me tell y'all why I just chuckled a bit. Did you see how Annie on the usual was like, all right, you know what, never mind. He went for a detour, and I was like, I don't need to join this team fight. Check this out again. The Cult Altar popped so soon. I was about to talk about this point earlier on. There's just not enough scaling on Prophecy just yet. That's what needs to happen for this mid lane Faramis. You need to scale to make that ult the more useful, but right now at 5 minutes, it's just not there. And oh, Lordy Lou, Joybaj gets in with a Fatal Link that is more than fatal. He timed out the Purifies. That's what made that last team fight so good for meta, but now Team First Blood finds a window.
Yeah, they find a window and they are pushing in on these mid towers, and man, it's just a great turnaround here. Not out of the woods yet is meta. They had a little bit of an opening, but just the littlest bit of a mistake by them, lingering a little bit too long through mid. That's what all First Blood needed to be able to capitalize it, and swung the gold lead back into their favor. But now we have a turtle up, and wondering if both teams are actually going to be looking for this. We have, I want to say, First Blood a little bit out of position right right now. And honestly, you're not going to be able to come late to a Belmont. We do see Joybox coming in there. That turtle does get picked up. Real world manipulation coming down onto Joybox. Cold Altar has been activated, and it does put them out of that real world manipulation. So a great set there by First Blood, but they are still trying to disengage here. We do see that Blazing Duet going on to the rest of Team Meta here. Anna in a little bit of trouble is going to go ahead and disengage there, and the only Mikasa taken down in that fight.
And Mikasa has been setting the pace, calling the shots for the past 2 or 3 team fights. Now he's the first to fall. Oh no, Howl is gonna suffer a death. Traded out for with Kid. Destiny puts out the Gambit. So here's an interesting point to consider. Cult Altar, now we see how it kind of has the same effect as, I don't know, it plays the same as that Blessing of the Moon Goddess and Rafaela's Holy Healing. It helps you get out of the real world manipulation. So talking about that, Prophecy showing us that he's learning on the fly. And I think that's what you need with a player like Prophecy that is just coming into the NACT once more. Again, folks, for those watching TFB, fielded Hunter in the past weeks of the tournament, and now that it's Prophecy coming in, again with broken heroes such as Faramis, they might actually give Annie here a run for their money.
Yeah, we see that Fatal Links coming in there. Annie is going to go ahead and try to get away. There is Prophecy coming up from the bottom, and they are meta going to be able to save this top tower. But right now, was he able to steal that kid? I believe so. He stole that purple buff from meta.
In their face, with all respect, kid. Wow, it's like taking candy from a kid, but it's the other way around. But anyways, a very, very small difference. Again, earlier we saw how Meta swung out. Again, kills ahead of them. We're approaching almost 2 or 3 kills per minute in this 9-minute game. And with that being said, man, at least it shows that the meta can change. Very teamfight specific and very teamfight centric. Look at this in the jungle.
Oh man, we do activate a little bit of an early Cult Altar there. We do see Luffy coming in there, and now the real world manipulation coming down as Annie swooping in on that Black Dragon is able to take down Prophecy. Luffy in a little bit of trouble here is against 5 members of Team Medic here. Gina trying to provide a little bit of support, comes in with that Blazing Duet. Is he gonna be able to pick up some kills? Mikasa goes down right now, and what we thought was a 2v5, they said you need more men, Meta. As right now Gina is disengaging with the help and support of Prophecy and Luffy.
They'd be like, send dudes. I'm in a fight right now. Send dudes. And the swing back. They're not that private.
Yeah, you do see Prophecy is able to take down 6. Howl follows next. Addie's in a bad way here. Does not have that Black Dragon anymore. Is trying to distract them, but they are able to pick up the Lord. So this might be part of their plan. This might not be, First Blood was able to pick up the Lord. So, I mean, a worthy distraction for First Blood, even though they did lose somebody there.
Oh, save for that Uranus game last week from Luffy. This is possibly the best I've seen this player from Team First Blood. That Esmeralda swing back, that clomp from about 2 minutes earlier in that team fight really bought Team First Blood this Lord. I mean, mind you, it is a level 1 Lord, but it still does buy them quite a bit of the map. And that's not even to mention that Team First Blood owns the map for so long already. They've been playing the map all day, and
we do see another Fatal Links coming in there with the Cult Altar activated on top of the Blazing Duet. Annie coming in with that Black Dragon is trying to get some worth out of that. Does go down there, but does pick up the kill onto Luffy, as we do have this non-Luminous Lord crashing into tower. So they are getting a maximum amount of profit out of this Lord right now as they are going into tower. This could be it for them. They have it at half health, 10%. This is game. First game going over to First Blood.
Ring the bell. First Blood draws. First Blood private. I did not see that coming. Did not expect that it would happen so fast. And off of the back of Luffy's Esmeralda. Got moves for TikTok, bro. He came in 2 or 3 team fights back to back. set the pace. And I'm looking at the items here. There's nothing out of the ordinary. If I'm not mistaken, that last item might actually be a Thunder Belt to keep down whoever does come up front to him, or whoever he does find. Instead of going for the Ice Queen wand, I can see why it's the Thunder Belt. He wants to burst people down. This is an interesting direction for an Esmeralda, because you don't want to use the Ice Queen wand in the face of an Estes. They're gonna live, they're gonna survive to tell the story. But with a Thunder Belt and a blade armor like that, even Destiny with a Wesker to the face is gonna have to think twice. So I'm loving it. This matchup between Meta and TFB is all about the scrappy team fights, and I'm here for it, bro. I'm here for it.
Hats off to Prophet there. This is not his normal position. He is normally a marksman for their team, and I had the pleasure of talking with them a little bit this before we came into this yesterday, and he said he's been practicing. He knew that they were going to have a little bit of an uphill battle losing a mage, because a mage is a very important part. The mid lane right now is just such, like I was saying before, the tip of the spear for those engagements. And man, what's a first match for him. I know he's got to be feeling good about all that practice he's been putting in, and this is what I have been wanting to see, that challenge to the possible Ubi strat, where we have Estes and Faramis both kind of have the same game plan. We saw at the beginning, I mean, it took a little bit for that Faramis to start scaling, for those cult altars to do more than just getting beat up twice. You know, they res them and they just got put down right back after that. But as we started getting later and later into the game, as we started catching meta out, those cult altars just began to be more and more useful, and like a huge part of what kind of allowed Luffy to be able to come in and flank. A wonderful game played by both.
I hear you, Private. And the thing is, it's starting to become a matter of the chicken and the egg, the cause and effect. Like, who really is to blame in this case? If you're meta, like, who is the bane of your existence? And I'm not talking about the hero. I'm talking about who really was the biggest factor. Because I'm guessing the different players of meta are talking about it. Like, who should we watch out for? Who should we ban out? Who should we focus down on? And they're still reeling from that last game, game one, already at match point. TFB might drop them to the lower bracket, and we're about to go into the draft. So now I'm wondering, was it really the Faramis on Prophecy? Was it really how well Luffy played that Esmeralda, finding the perfect picks, you know, getting right into the faces of those frontliners, or even getting to the back line if he could? Or was it all about Joy Bodge's Atlas, because that Atlas was fatal? It found like 2 or 3 solid ults, and that's all they wrote. So I'm guessing Meta now has to really get on the draft first. They have to watch out for that. They have to fix that last pick.
And that's the problem when you get up, especially with teams at this level of play, because you already saw. Because what are you going to do if you pick one of those Luffy, or if you do pick Prophet to maybe ban against? You're leaving open what we have been talking about since the beginning of this cast, is Joy Baj, who just does have not just the Atlas. We still have Cho. We still have the Franco to contend with. So I mean, what are you going to be taking off the table, or at this point allowing for that? But I mean, it's all going to be coming down to these drafts as soon as we start getting into this draft phase, which I'm told we're going to be rushing into right now.
And here we are. Team First Blood this time on the play. Answering back is Meta. So now Meta has the final pick advantage, which has been the story of a lot of these drafts, whether you're talking about the first phase or the second to close off your draft. Finding those perfect counters has been such a gambit. Let's talk about the bans. Again, TFB respecting Annie's Masha. They take out the Faramis this time. Much respect. As well, they take out the Lunox, which was also banned for them in game number 1. They first pick up the Esmeralda. Is this something that's worth it? Are we about to see... Oh, no, we're not. I was about to say, are we going to see a Dairoth punish? But Meta has a different idea. What's going on?
Yeah, really interesting here. We do see still, they do like to lean, especially in this early draft. As we were talking about, you brought it up last game. We thought that that Team First Blood had more of a late scaling composition, but with how they synergized with some of these team fights, I mean, you wouldn't have really known too much that it was too much because they were able to kind of hold their own into it. Yeah. Right now, we are seeing Chang'e teased. I want to say they playing. Nah.
It's been nearly a year and change since we last saw Change or Chang'e in this case to come out, and that's what we're looking for. I was about to say 6 coming in clutch, answers the Atlas, but this is fishy. Something here doesn't seem right because it seems like Team First Blood set it up. It may be too convenient.
Yeah, when I saw that Atlas, I didn't want to say anything about Diggy. Didn't want to jinx it. But like when you pick Atlas, especially as the first pick here, you definitely open it up for a Diggy, and we saw this last week as well, where it was opened up, where Black Bulls got forced into an Atlas pick, where Team Meta was able to pick up that Diggy. And man, if there's any questions on whether Diggy's going to be able to hold up his end of the bargain, let them be solved now, because last week Meta absolutely dominated with that Diggy. There wasn't a single fatal links that they were able to get off on there. So, and that's what I'm wondering here, if we do have a little bit of a play here from Team First Blood, kind of as a counter to this Diggy.
Yeah, that's what's scary, is because Team First Blood saw that match. I'm pretty sure Team First Blood saw that match, so that's what makes this scary. Question marks in chat. Why would you set that up? It's so clear. Unless, so here's my theory, right? Here's my hypothesis, as the scholars would say. It's possible to overload the Diggy. It's possible that you still pick up like another CC hero, or maybe 2 of them in your last swing back for Team First Blood, and then you make 6 think, oh no, which one do I save for? The lethal counter or those other things? Because there is still the Falling Star Moon. So that's 2 out of 3 heroes that have CC for TFB. And given how interesting the draft has become, Private, look at this. We forgot Savior and Julian are still out there. The boogeymen, the magical boogeymen of the meta, they're still out there.
Yeah, magical boogeyman is correct here. Julian right now still in a very good place right now currently with his scale. He's almost broken at this point with how much damage, how much regen he has on his abilities right now. But you brought up a good point too, is that it's not impossible to have to draw out. We do see Farja coming out now too, a little bit of CC from her. Oh, I guess we're gonna wait to see how that works out. But yeah, if you do space out your CC, Falling Star Moon, that lethal counters into a way, maybe having somebody else engage so that we can bait out that time journey from Diggy, and then you have it gone. Because I mean, honestly, you're not gonna want to waste that Fatal Links because you've taken out basically the core of what makes Atlas an Atlas. You're not gonna want to use that to bait out the ability. You're going to want to get something else in there, but we do see Prophecy does lock in that Sicilian and a Karina, and I'm wondering if this is going to go ahead and be that assassin Karina we've been seeing a lot of currently in this meta, or if we're going to go back to the kind of the roots of that tanky Karina build.
I just got to share my 2 cents here. Tank Karina for life. But again, the meta, not the team, but the game landscape dictates that the burst Karina is more in favor now. But that's just me. Who's to say? I'm liking the fact that maybe this is the burst Karina because it makes more sense like that. It allows the Sicilian to close up team fight. It allows for the Atlas to actually get good fatal links in and then punish with the magical damage from the assassin. But with that being said, they did just add 1 more CC, and that's the Sanguine Clause. I think that's still 3 out of 5. There may still be some rhyme or reason, some method to the madness of why they would pick up the Atlas and open up the Diggy this way. It's down to meta. It's down to meta. They have the solution to the problem, and they can take this to game 3. That's what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, but we're going to go ahead and move on into the second game here. Team First Blood is 1 up on Meta. It is do or die for Meta in this series right now, or they're going to be moving on to the gotta get it bracket. That's going to be happening here at the end of the night. And we do see Joybaj doing Joybaj things here, making sure he's getting vision onto Team Meta here right now.
That bracket just gets more names as we keep going. But something to note, your boy Sirius is back in. So they tag in the gold laner they've been playing with in the recent weeks. And he's on that Brody. Brody is such a great, how do I say, scalpel for the meta game currently, because yeah, if you do see Gina come in on you, if there's no BMI out, you can get that stun in. But look at this, Joybaj giving him a very cheeky visit.
Yeah, we do see that. I was wondering, especially with putting in that Karina, if maybe Karina's target is just going to be 6 at this point, especially as we get into the mid to late game. And as I can see, I think Karina is, we're still actually waiting. I think she's going to be building up into that assassin. We do see the chains come out there. Mikasa does go a little bit wide on that. We are waiting. We do see Joybaj coming out here. Does land the stun. Down goes 6. Sanguine Claws are out right now, and Joybaj goes down. We do see that lethal counter come down, but it is not enough to finish off Kid. Oh, I don't know if that's the place you want to teleport, and Chains comes out. Mikasa punishing Karina Kid for that kind of a little bit of a ballsy teleport out there. And right now, Gina is going to go ahead and pay for that as 4 members rain down upon him, and Joybaj is going to come here and try to take up and save this tower, but there's really not much that he's going to be able to do, and this might actually be a mistake. Look at the damage coming on as they trade, very poetically able to trade that tower aggro there.
Nope. 25% damage reduction, not gonna do you anything if there's like 3 or 4 dudes bearing away at you. So yeah, they chipped away at that gold shield, and Mikasa trying to punish on Luffy here. I was about to say, yes, confirmed, Kid has to build into the burst magical Karina, given that he is rocking Mystery Shop. And as you said, Private, he is gonna try to take down 6. That's why you burst. That's why you burst. He doesn't care if you have Time's Journey. A dead Diggy cannot bring out a TJ. And now too easy for Howl. Makes that turtle too easy for him. So far, Meta is making the most of the solution to the solution that TFB is presenting. If they pick up and they do skirmishes like this, like spread out what they once wanted as a clear 5v5. I'm talking about Team First Blood. Yeah, no. Thinking about it now, Meta wants to go 3v2s, 3v1s, 2v... You know what I mean? Like, they want to take these little fights. They don't want the Fatal Links threat. So, I'm liking it so far. About 2k ahead.
Yeah, 2K ahead and are kind of widening that gap a bit here. So, I mean, they definitely are going to be looking for these lanes. We are pulling up the items right now. We do see that both laners kind of at the at an even spoke here, though. We do see Joybaj did have to get away there. Not much happening. We do have Claude might be in a little bit of trouble at bottom, as we do see some members waiting for him, but I don't think they're going to be diving into tower for this right now.
Yep, that is Kid picking up the Genius Wand, so there is a good amount of burst, and Joybaj himself bursted down. Lethal counter to the face. They're not giving Gina here any space to breathe. Off-camera kill onto Annie, though, so they're looking to trade up top, north to south, coast to coast. I give the advantage to Meta. They are going to chip away at this turret, maybe take it down, and then they're in prime space for that turtle. But the answer back by Team First Blood, 2 lanes, top and mid. Oh man, it's so hard to read. It's so hard to read. Because Team First Blood, they are going to get away with so much here. And that is 2 scaling heroes on their side. Now it's very clear. But we called this game 1 too, man. Game 1 we said TFB has scaling. They're going to need to go to the 15, 18 minute mark. But they proved us wrong. I don't know how the Sicilian and Claude's going to catch up though.
Well, yeah, and then what we saw, that we do have a turtle here, so it does look like First Blood is looking for a fight here. Prophecy may be getting a little too close there. We do see that enhanced chains coming out and is going to go ahead and pop up both of those team members. It doesn't look like they're going to be in a position to contest this turtle, so they're going to make short work of it. Is Meta right now. But what I saw before is that we had 4 members of Team Meta doing the job that 2 members of First Blood, but we do have an engagement here right now. Joybaz is trying to get away. Lethal Counters comes out, and down goes Prophecy. Kid coming in just a little too late for that engagement, and like you said, they are trying to make something happen with these non-full team fights. They're catching them when their rotations are off, when their team is split up, and Luffy might be in a little bit of trouble here. Is going to go ahead and activate that Nas to get the heck out of Dodge.
Yep. Trigger funny circus music. That's what that looks like in my head. But no, he bought so much time. And again, the longer this game goes, the more there's a chance for Meta to get punished by Team First Blood scaling. But regardless, there's a team fight though in mid. They are going to commit.
Yeah, and right now we do see that Luffy getting punished there. Just the target focus right now on Meta is more than First Blood can handle at this point in the game. It might change over. Oh, Luffy, we do see Prophecy does get caught there. Joybotch landing a Fatal Links. Mikasa's going to be able to get away. There's not going to be enough damage, and that torn apart Memory's able to pick off and finish Prophecy there. And right now, things not looking great for First Blood, as maybe the scaling a little too far into the late game for them, as since, I mean, you're not gonna, any scaling is gonna be kind of mute if you can't make it to that point in the game right now.
Yep, the Meta could clearly deny the post 15-minute mark. They can just keep going, and that Brody is doing some serious business. Wink, wink. I love how Team First Blood wants to dive, and then by that time, Sirius has already put on so many stacks that torn apart Memory tears through the 5v5 team fight. So yeah, we're at the point where in Meta doesn't even have to bother, doesn't even have to worry about it. Like, yes, you could burst down 6 as long as he gets a TJ on. Doesn't matter. We can get some damage in, and the next thing you know, oops, Team First Blood is down like 4 dudes. So that's the best case scenario for Meta right now, and we're living in it. It's their reality.
Yeah, we do see that enhanced chains getting onto Kid there. Unfortunately, I feel like, especially Prophecy in that last fight, got a little eager to go ahead and like extend himself out. Maybe a little bit of, like we said, he's not used to playing the mage being as squishy. Usually auto attacks would be enough for him to be able to chase somebody down. Luffy kind of dancing around here, not wanting to let go of this tower, but we have 3 members here. They do show themselves, and Luffy's going to get out of there. We do have an enhanced chains, but Mikasa gets taken down, trying to push onto the mid tower, and this might be a little bit of momentum that they needed. They are starting to close the gap from 4K. We are within just a little under 3K lead by Meta right now.
Yeah, Mikasa's bling bling with the chain can only take him so far, could only save him so many times, and against 4 members, yeah, not gonna do it for you. But no, you have to consider that Team First Blood doing so well to keep themselves in it. They've kept this 3K gold lead as close as they could, but right now, this is not a fight where you want to take. This is not where you want to be, and you want to make sure that Prophecy and Gina gets to where they need to be. 2 kills, 2 deaths on the Prophecy Sicilian is a little too much already, I'd say. So yeah, you want to tower hog as best as you can. Save this mid lane tier 1 as much as you can. But wait, team fight mid!
We do see that Fatal Links coming out just after the time journey activated, but it was not enough to save Joybaz. We are still coming in here. Gina with that blazing duet. It is not enough as he goes down as well. They are so low right now. Is Meta. Mikasa gets taken down by Kid right now. Sirius diving in onto Luffy. Kid thinking twice about the engagement, being very disciplined here. Just waiting for the proper opening, not wanting to dive completely in on Sirius, even though the damage may or may not be enough to kind of one-shot him there.
Yep, it's in those situations that a tank Karina would have wanted to go in, would have wanted to jump right through, right? Every ult, every hit. And Joy Bunch catches one in the bottom. Is that enough?
Yeah,
Looks like the
a little
answer
bit
is
of trouble.
no.
Activate that ult. It does look like Kid does get taken down as well. So we did exchange there. Maybe not what you wanted as soon as this Lord is popping up, as you just lost your retribution on the side of First Blood.
Yeah, I was gonna say Annie might have gotten away with it, but Vengeance was on cooldown. But yeah, no, regardless, this is still a fight that Meta wants to force. They do get level 1 Lord. The chain knocks up Luffy again. Torn apart memory takes him out. The mega kill. Oh man. At least there is one thing that Team First Blood has going for them, and that's the push on bottom and this fat wave up top.
Yeah, we do see Joybuzz getting taken out there, but this damage is just too much with the combination of Mikasa and Howl during these engagements, and all the while, as that front line is biting into First Blood, in the back, you still have Sirius putting on the stacks, making sure that when he activates that torn apart memories, it's at the right time as First Blood is disengaging and catching 1-2 opponents in that.
So, that being said, they still need to play around Sirius. They haven't punished him yet. It's going to be quite the payday when you shut down this 403 Brody. But that aside, I think Team First Blood have seen a little bit of the light. Not the kind of light that you shouldn't walk towards, but the light that could get you out of the woods. We've seen how much of a comeback they have and how much they can burst down 1 or 2 members immediately. But that 3k gold lead has grown into a 5k gold lead as more turrets are pushed. Oh, but there's a push. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a burst down onto 6. So slowly, Kid is also building up quite the arsenal.
Yeah, and then that's the thing when you are using a Diggy as a roamer there. I mean, you're going to have to think twice about sending him forward into a Karina, especially a damaged Karina who can basically sneeze and kill him. Mikasa, they're going to be going in on him. Is this going to be enough? He is able to flicker away. We do see the Fatal Links coming down. He is able to back out, but now First Blood is going to have to disengage again as the front line, Annie, on this Thamus is just able to tank so much.
All right, I love it. Guerrilla tactics from Team First Blood. And off camera, we almost just missed it, but Joy Bunch gets taken down audibly. I could have seen it. I could have sworn. I saw Sirius go, Nani? My torn apart memory didn't take anybody down, but that's because there wasn't enough stats. I think Team First Blood clearly just wanted to go for the turrets, and now they want to take their buff. Want to go in for the fight. Ooh, I love it. Discipline from both sides. But look,
from the back, we do see Luffy coming in there, is going to be able to come, and 6 gets taken down there, so they no longer have that time journey, but they do lose Kid in the process, and they cannot find the proper opening right now. Maybe the team a little slow in reacting to Luffy on that back line there. I mean, that was a perfect setup there, but just not enough from First Blood to kind of join in to kind of cover that escape.
Oh, Gina was punishing Annie a little too deep across a river, aren't you, friend? Luffy picks up here the BFB, the Brute Force Breastplate. Could that be enough? Team fight again!
My God, we did see that blazing duet come down, and Prophecy able to pick up the kill onto Sirius. And this is what we were talking about. With Sirius down, you are lacking a big bot of your damage here. Luffy still in there. Look at all the damage they're taking. Luffy is not afraid. They know that Sirius is down, and we are starting to pick up our positions onto the map right now. We're starting to try to zone them out. Luffy, the one-man tank here, basically throwing herself at this team, and we do see this Luminous Lord getting taken down very quickly. Are they going to be able to come in here and stop it? They're not. Kid picks it up. Howl in a little bit of trouble here as that reverse time is on Luffy right now. We do see that the lethal counter comes out, but it does not connect with anybody there. Luffy's still putting on some damage. Fatal Links comes down, does land, and 6 gets taken down again right there, but Prophecy pays for that with his life. It is a 3v3 right now, but right now they're all onto Luffy. Luffy's not going to be able to get out of this right now. Joy Baj is in a bad way, and we come in with a blazing duet by Gina, God mode right now, and is going to go ahead and be able to get back out of there. But man, they were able to get the Lord, but at what cost right now?
One thing now in hindsight, if I may say, Team First Blood may have pulled the trigger a little too soon. They got impatient and they were like, yes, we got Lord, yes, we got Lord. It was a Luminous Lord, but not an Evolved Lord. But they may have picked a fight too soon. I think they overstayed their welcome, and they tried to kill Meta, and they thought they could have done it, especially since we did see 2 Fatal Links back to back. But it was too soon. It was too soon. Gina God Mode did not make it enough in enough time, given that Joy Budge and Luffy tried to buy time. And I was gonna say, like, there's not even enough stacks on this Claude, and the Blazing Duet could do damage. There were 4 dudes there, so Team First Blood, they need to cut it back, hold back, and then reconsider again where they can find these engagements. But there's one thing to say: Meta is not as much of an advantage as they were about 5 minutes ago. So this is good. This is more of a fight. This is more of a match we're seeing now.
Yeah, and we do see, I'm liking seeing this Esmeralda kind of sitting in this flanking position, just going all in. But where's the rest of the team? Because we are in there with a Diggy, able to hold her own. Is Luffy coming in there? We do see that Blazing Duet down, goes serious again, and this could be trouble for Meta as their marksman goes down. That is a ton of damage being taken away from Meta, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and try to zone out the rest of Meta as they push this wave up. And what we want to see, like you said, is that discipline. We know, Luffy coming in there, taking a heap of damage. We do see a Fatal Links onto Mikasa, is taken down right now. Annie in some trouble, has activated that ult, but it is not enough to save him from 4 members of Team First Blood. But Kid does get taken down as well. However, Meta is gonna pay for that with this mid tower as Luffy, Gina, and Prophecy, the main damage dealers right now, are putting it to Meta. Is this gonna be enough? Are you overstaying your welcome? Looks like they have learned their lesson from that Lord. Are going to go ahead and disengage here.
I love the pickup. Team First Blood so quick to learn from their mistakes. And yes, that was Gina pulling back. Could have again forced the issue and stayed a little longer, waited for that Blazing Duet to come in. But now they were like, okay, you know what? There's a Lord coming up. It's not evolved quite yet. That's 18 minutes. That's when the thunder and the lightning comes in. But this is 5-on-5. This is 5-on-5. Lord take. Private. Oh, it's so close.
We do see that Blazing Duet coming in, does drop 6 very low, and he does get taken out right now. Oh my God, this team fight, they've forgotten about the Lord. They're just gonna go for this kid right now. Howl goes down Mikasa. It looks like they're on the chase right now as Prophecy is picked up into the back, and down goes Mikasa. It is a 1v4 right now, and it looks like Team First Blood they're gonna ignore the Lord. They're just gonna push in with this parade of minions right now, and I'm not sure that there is enough for Anna to use. She does still have that vengeance, is gonna try to activate it. Is gonna be enough to save it? It is not. This is gonna be game 2 going to Team First Blood, and Meta unfortunately gets swept out into the still trying to get paid bracket.
Oh, and this does confirm some king for Team First Blood, which they drew twice in the past hour. What a great way to start their weekend. Congratulations. They are one step closer to the grand finals. Wow, Meta has so much to reconsider here, so much to learn. Team First Blood off the back of Luffy's Esmeralda and Joy Budge's Atlas. Oh, wow, wait, and the Claude! This is more than half of their lineup from game 1. They literally played the same game. Oh.
Yeah, just an amazing setup there, and we saw it too. It was starting. We were starting to get these engagements by Luffy instead of waiting on Joy Boz, letting him be the invitation for his team. We had Luffy in the background baiting out those abilities so that the rest we had Joy Boz coming in there second. And while they were competing with that front line of Luffy and Joy Boz, in comes Gina to be able to get that Blazing Duet off on the entire team. And then, of course, to finish the job, Kid coming in with that awesome damage from the Karina, who's just, man, just the amount of damage right now that came out of Gina for those things, 32% damage right now. It was way... It's almost uncanny. We were talking about this before. It looked like it was such a good opening game, and I don't think Meta could have played that any better than they did. Maybe a problem with the comp at the moment, because they played it perfectly. You're aggressive. You start taking that early game advantage, and you keep it. But as soon as we hit that mid game, as soon as we had Luffy on the back line, there was too much for the side of Team Meta to handle there.
I think there's two lessons here. Number one, the sum total of your lineup is more than the individual kit that your heroes can bring in. I was about to say, this draft by TFB looked like it was going everywhere, right? Like you had a Claude, you had a Sicilian, very, very expensive. You had a Burst Karina, and then you close up with the Atlas, or you open up with the Atlas, which is another lesson already. So it really does come down to execution and your communication. And number two is, it comes down to execution too. Like you can draft this crazy way, but just the same, if you're able to say, you know what, we're going to overload this Diggy, we're going to burst them down, we're going to punish 6, and we're going to go ahead into the upper bracket finals, that's essentially what TFB did here. And that makes them all the more a team that is to be feared. If they keep this up and they keep playing this way, we might see them soon enough in the best of 5 and maybe even take the summer split title here at NECT. I'm loving it. I watched these games, right? I've seen Meta play. I've seen Sexi play. I've seen New Wave play. TFB is a whole other level. At least in this opening match for tonight, all right? TFB is something else. The way that they played almost literally the same lineup, oh.
Well, and not just that, but if you can't be safe drafting a Diggy against an Atlas, like what do you do into this Atlas? You're gonna have to, that's gonna be like another permanent ban that you're gonna have to throw up there, or you're gonna have to have some type of other plan up there, because that's right now is the scariest part for me, is they picked Atlas and they're like, we dare you. Pick Diggy, because we got a plan here, and they went ahead and did it, and they executed that to perfection on their side. But we are going to go ahead and get into a very special interview with Team First Blood. Hello, who is this?
Hello. Oh my god.
I believe this is Prophecy. How you doing, Prophecy?
Hi, I'm good. I'm shaking. How are you, Lee? Oh my god.
He's shaking. Prophecy is shaking. He played a Sicilian out of his mind, and he's shaking. Oh, dude, you just got tagged in. You just got subbed in because Hunter couldn't come in. How was that like for you, bro? How was it like? Oh no, I have to play, and we're in top 4. What was the process like for you?
It was actually tough for everybody else in my team, especially my tank and also Gina Joybot. We were having a hard time practicing the full week before the NECT start, so I had to I'm shaking. I had to adjust for my team to play as a mage. We played scrims, a lot of scrims, and just to practice. Just for today. So it was very
props off to you, man. I know you got those victory jitters on you right now. Take a breath. Take a deep in, man. You guys won. You were able to take that. I talked with you a little bit earlier, and I know how serious you were taking this. We talked a little bit like you guys had gone through roster fluctuations, and you had already said that this was the big one, the mid. That's a core part of the compositions here. But man, congratulations, because you made it look good out there. And right now, as coming into this, you guys were able to find the practicing. I mean, like, tell me what was this Atlas pick? That was your plan the entire time, or was there like a risk? You guys saw the Atlas open, and you're like, oh God, what do we do?
Atlas was actually our plan, but it was too risky because they have Diggy for the 3rd pick. But we have Luffy here, who we just wanted Luffy to just attack the Diggy and make oh my god, and make botch ult. and everyone just coming in until yeah, that's pretty much.
So, Prophecy, the way you're telling the story is the solution wasn't even in the second phase. The solution was built in because it was all about Luffy. The way.
Yeah. Go ahead. So,
the way Private and I read it, it was like, oh yeah, no, it's gonna be that Karina who's gonna take care of it, but no, it was all about Luffy.
Actually, our plan was for late game because our heroes was all for late game, especially me. So we just wanted to we were just trying to chill for a bit until the late game kicked in. So yeah,
and what a journey to get to that late game too. I know there must have been like a couple of sweats coming in there through that first 8 minutes, or like, guys, late game. Just is that how it was? You guys were still focused throughout the whole thing, just kind of remained vigilant on that late game.
Yes, we were confident enough to fight them in the late game because they were struggling throughout the late games. So yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. This is my first interview.
Yeah, it's no problem, man. It's just like I said, take a breath. As we've talked before, so it's no big deal. And man, it was great game there, especially with a Luffy. Man, Luffy played exceptional there, especially being able to dive into the back lane there. And man, just a wonderful game played there. Do you have any other questions as well, Leo?
I'm just excited. One question, may or may you can or cannot answer, Prophecy. But are we seeing you in the upper bracket finals? Is it still you playing all the way?
Yes, we're planning to win the championship if possible. we're just trying our best, honestly. Yeah. We just practice every day. I know there's Team New Wave and there's Team Sexy. So
yes,
it's gonna be tough. Yeah.
Okay. I love it. So hoping to hear from you again soon. Oh, so excited.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and just a great game, guys. Congratulations on this first victory, and congratulations on what is it that puts them they are officially going home with some money. So congratulations on that.
Thank you so much.
Man, so cool. You know what? Prophecy's such a down-to-earth guy. I love it. He's such a cool dude.
Yeah, the whole team down to earth too. Like I said, they just came in earlier, the last few months ago, have been in the squad, the North American Squad League, just came in there, having a decent go of it in there, came in to the Challenger tournament having to make roster adjustments. But this kind of speaks onto the drive, the practice, and the focus that they've had to put in, because even with a new virtual, I mean, 2 people, that's almost half your roster, your 5-man there. So they've come in there, and the drive and intensity and the seriousness that they've taken this with all the scrims and practicing to kind of stand up to these other teams who've been playing together for virtual, like for years now. I mean, it just speaks to how much it just speaks to the focus that they've had to make this work against those types of teams.
Yeah, and it shows in their play style. Again, this is just but one. Again, we saw 2 games, but it's just but one play style or facet that TFB could bring out there. Again, game 1, very scale heavy. We want these big team fights, and we can force it. Pow, they got it. Game 2, same story. So who's to say what they might bring out in the upper bracket finals, and eventually, as Prophecy said, we want to go for the finals. We want to go for the title here. In that best of 5, who's to say what they bring out there too?
Yeah, but man, I'm on the level. I could feel what Prophecy was going through, because that was an exciting match for me as well. But that is not all that we have in store for tonight. But we are going to go ahead and bring it back to the host, the man, legend there, Assassin Dave.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the host desk. What a dominating match. I gotta say, I thought we were gonna go to a 2-1 series in the final stage in our match 1, but it turned out Team First Blood was ready. You can hear how ready they were in the interview with Prophecy just now, even though he was subbed in today, but yet the performance was there. You know, the data was there, the stats, the domination gaming was there. So it was an incredible match. Big shout out to Team First Blood for moving on to this finals of the winners bracket, and obviously sending Meta to the losers bracket. If you're a Meta fan, by the way, don't feel down because Meta have another match tonight, right after our next match featuring New Wave and Team Sexy. But before we get there, on screen right now, as you can see, to the courtesy of our developers, we're giving out 4,000 diamond today to all of our North American viewers. If you're watching from USA or Canada, make sure to use the link in the chat right now. The first 200 viewers who use this link will get 100 free diamonds. That's right, a lot of free diamonds for a lot of viewers. Make sure to go ahead and use those links, and then use the link and then use the redemption code to redeem your free diamonds right now. Coming back, we have another very limited giveaway for a very limited amount of viewers, so do not be shy and make sure to use the link, use the code, and get your free diamonds. The first come, first serve. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and take a short break. Get your popcorn, get your soda, get yourself ready. We'll be back for the incredible match, the second match of this double elimination stage, the final stage of NACT summer season. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
I, Starscream, am now the leader of the Decepticons!
Do as I command.
Yes, yes, Master!
Less talk, more work. Autobot presence detected. Megatron, do you read?
I'll crush you with my bare hands. Autobots, roll out!
We'll give them the fight of their lives.
They must be terminated.
Prime told me there'd be days like this.
One shall stand, one shall fall. Join them in extinction! You wrong, and you ugly too! Dinobots, attack!
Decepticons, retreat.
You are a fool, Megatron! Starscream in pursuit!
Prioritize turrets. I've got morons on my team. You fail me yet again, Starscream.
Old friend, you kept this planet safe. You truly are a worthy Autobot. Good work.
Transformers!
I won't let you die.
Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on its chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin.
Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's breaking the mirror. It's out and word. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing but more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than me. Stand together, let it go.
Nothing can stop them now. Not Leomord. Not even the mist.
An oath is an oath. Leomord won't leave us. We will fight together. Like 100 years ago.
For Richburg!
If this is our doom, I'll console myself we fought together. Necro Keep is where the light doesn't shine, they say. But we make our own light. We hold our ground!
Vexana, I did it!
Millions of millennia turn into this instant. You threat no one. To harmonize. For peace. A shift of space and time. Open your eyes. A bright path. Rising suffers of this. Legendary double kill.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and past alike, welcome back to the NACT Summer Season final stage, second match. I cannot wait for this. New Wave versus Team Sexy. In the back, the casters were already talking about back and forth, front and center. Who's gonna win this match? I cannot wait to have them tell you guys more about their analysis, their projections, for predictions about what's about to happen, the battle. You know, that's gonna happen between those two incredible top teams in North America. But ladies and gentlemen, for those who missed the giveaway, just a reminder, on screen right now, use the code NACT 2022 07030. Okay, you see that? Very easy code. And use the link in description to redeem them. It only works for viewers who are in United States of America or Canada. And if the top 200 viewers can get 100 diamond each. That's 20,000 diamond giveaway. Excuse my math, you know, just went back to my math teacher, so I totally forgot how to calculate how, 200 times 100. But 20,000 diamond giveaway is a lot of giveaways, so make sure to redeem your diamonds before everybody else take it away from you. So with that being said, the players are ready. The casters are eager to tell you what's going to happen between the two teams. So I'm going to quickly send over to our casters desk. Make sure to follow our incredible casters on social medias so you can follow our future adventures on the Land of Dawn.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. North America. Man, what an intense first game, despite all odds, and especially with the roster changes, First Blood still managing to come out on top. But that's not it, because right now we're going to be moving into two teams that people have had their eyes on, and probably especially because of last week, it's going to be New Wave taking on Team Sexy, Leo.
New Wave here, the arguably more established team that have been working the rounds, competing in tournaments for years on end. Private, you told me their tale, but they're going up against quite the titan in the realm of NA MLBB Esports, which is Team Sexy, who themselves have built quite a dynasty. They are coming into this splits top four, coming in from last season's finalists. They were grand finalists, only falling to Area 77, who were fallen by New Wave. It's an interesting dynamic that these two teams have, a relationship, a camaraderie, a rivalry that they will have to culminate through tonight's matchup. It's a best of 3. And that being said, man, their playstyles could not be any more different.
Yeah, both these teams, and me and you were discussing this out back. Honestly, this is the perfect storm for both of these teams because they do have kind of opposing play styles. One leaning more heavily into that late game, banking on their ability to withstand that early aggression, and then the other side who does have that aggression, who comes at them full force and might be able to take it there. But right now, we are going to be getting into the picks and bans, but I am so excited here too right now. New Wave, like who's been saying, that you originally said, New Wave, the more established, I want to say, has a little bit of financing, does have a coach behind them, does have somebody there looking at their games and helping them out. On the other side, Team Sexi, man, the Cinderella story here, because they've been going through some shifts on their roster as well. At the beginning of this tournament, probably a little bit of I don't want to say issues, but hurdles to overcome as they started moving into these rounds. But as we started coming into the last 2 weeks, we really started seeing Team Sexi come together as a team. The fluidity, the synergy on that team is just it's becoming a I want to say more than a nuisance for their opponents.
Yeah, no, the fact that there's so much trust among the members, whether through thick or thin. In the case of New Wave, we're looking at times wherein Indo gets beaten up as a jungler. That's at least what I saw last week from the previous broadcasts. And as well, Team Sexi, we're in Warrior coming in as more, less seasoned roamer compared to how Nicolette actually has been there forever. Best player as well. Rimuru as well, coming in from the XP lane, who was one of the most prominent sustained type XP laners in the history of NAMLBB. So with that being said, I'm so excited to see how this draft might actually come through. New Wave, look at this, respecting Warriors Grok in the ban phase. They are on the play. Team Sexi answering back. I love how Warrior, despite struggling with the Grok 50, I mean half the time he does have trouble playing the Grok. New Wave seems to be bearing down on that pressure point.
Yeah, but we are seeing the Masha get picked up by New Wave. We do know that early harassment been such a as we've been moving through these matches, but on the other side, answering that back is the side of Team Sexi with that Eve and Thamus pickup. But it's gonna come down, especially because of that early harassment by Masha, and then as you move on to the mid and late game, as she's able to kind of flank in there, take down your squishier heroes, it's gonna be an issue for Team Sexi here, and hopefully they have a plan for it.
Yeah. So going into the draft, the picks are unfolding before our very eyes. First pick, Masha, and then they answer back with, oh, look at how in your face New Wave is gonna play here. They pick up the Esmeralda and the Dairoth together, so shutting down any potential for a counter. And then of course Nicolette's Eve as well, the Tams and the Balmond. Very fast-paced these picks are. They're very sure of what they want out of the draft. Going into the second phase, look at how Team Sexi closes the gap, or at least denies the gap closer, taking out the Sicilian. How can New Wave come back? Like, what range do they have against the Eve here? Despite, save for the Esmeralda, there's nothing else that can jump in. Is there like a Yu Zhong? There's no room for a Yu Zhong even.
Yeah, not right now. Use Zong. They already got that XP laner. They've already got their jungler here. I mean, and they've already got like a potential roam here. So unless you're going to be taking out the marksman onto the side lane, maybe move Esmeralda over to the gold lane or something like that. Something crazy here. You're gonna have an issue. Well, maybe not crazy. Like, I mean, it wasn't too long ago where Esmeralda was a decent fit for that gold lane.
Unorthodox, let's say.
Yeah, yeah, unorthodox pick into there. But I really do like the forethought on the side of Team Sexy here, because they did go ahead, snatch up that Thamus and the Belmont there, kind of, because I don't really feel like right now the Esmeralda with the Dyroth pick has as much of an effect, because they already did have that Thamus. So, I mean, and not exactly, I don't want to say like the exact counter to Esmeralda, but does also provide that lane, a little bit of lane synergy against her, and then that team fighting capability, which is what a lot of people don't understand, that comes with that XP lane, because you can pick that Dyroth sometimes into an Esmeralda, but as you start moving into the mid and late game, Dyroth doesn't provide that team that team setup that Esmeralda does. But I do like on Rimuru here that Thamus, because you know you can get in there with that tanking ability, with that vengeance, and with that ultimate, the Cauterant Inferno, to just tank so much damage for your team.
And I hate how this Dyroth might actually go into the jungle, because I was never comfortable with jungle Dyroth. It's not mobile at all, not as fast on the clear. I'm uncomfortable thinking of what New Wave might do here, especially knowing their tendencies of wanting to rely heavily and lean hard on that late game scale. Now going into the second phase, Warrior picks up the Lolita. Again, another curious pickup here. It's now Team Sexi's turn to make us question what's going on. What is he looking to block? Right from drafting the Lolita into this first 3 picks, what is he looking to block?
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. Maybe not so much on what he is looking to block, but more to set up that Numenon Blast with the real world manipulation to kind of keep them slow, to kind of keep them in a position where Rimuru can jump in there with that Thamus, and then to clean it up with best player coming in on that Belmont to finish them off. So maybe that's where it is. I mean, it's you're not using Lolita to the fullest, to the 100% of her kit, but there are still options with the rest of her abilities.
Yeah. So given how the draft actually came through, I can see how Team Sexy's thinking, but New Wave, they do have a Claude. Again, there's that late game scaling trademark, and another pocket pick that they have is that mid Alice. This mid Alice that they won with last week. We don't see this very often, Private.
Yeah, we don't. And then you're right with that late scaling, but we do see right away Rimuru coming in onto Doctor and going ahead and cutting that lane. And this is just classic Team Sexy coming in with that early aggression, putting on the pressure right away. And they're going to go ahead and start on this buff now. But we do see up at the top Tamal and Lolita kind of battling it out there, Warrior. But now we do see a little bit of engagement here down. They are able to go ahead and pick up that orange buff, is a New Wave, and down goes Thamus there up at the top. They do, or right here at the screen, we do see him going down, and they're going to go ahead and disengage. Is Team Sexy first blood going over to New Wave?
That's already unorthodox. I might soon see pigs fly, because New Wave isn't very often ahead in the early game. They're usually a team that likes to sandbag and rubber band their way into an advantage, but this time around, they're setting the pace. That cut by Tamal up top is slowly paying off, or at least very swiftly paying off, putting them at an advantage at, before 2 minutes?
Yeah, we do see that Indo is going to go ahead and disengage here, doing decently enough right now, especially in the early game. We were talking about like the mobility issue for this Dairoth. We have this first turtle beginning to come up, 10 seconds to there, and we're going to see who is going to be in a better position to take this.
So far, again, it's so hard to beat a Balmond on most major objective takes, and Team Sexy still finds a good position. They're down, what, 100, maybe 50 gold at this point, and it looks like New Wave knows their position, knows their place, and they're not even going to fight it.
Yeah, and this is basically what we've been seeing from New Wave. They are very patient, very disciplined in that early game, not wanting to make a mistake, just going to go ahead and extend it. They don't need to fight in this early game. They're going to wait to scale to when their heroes can do the most, and that's going to spell a lot of trouble for Team Sexy if they cannot find these openings early game, because once they start getting rolling on the side of New Wave, it's going to be a very difficult engine to stop.
Yeah, and so far, I'm liking how New Wave is playing this early game. Tamal as well, it is relatively, how do I say, unfamiliar territory, at least for me, watching him play a hero like this, like a Masha, that doesn't really set up as good. But one thing that the Masha does provide for Tamal specifically is vision. He can very roughshodly just check willy-nilly at the bushes with those 3 life bars on the Masha. It's like, okay, I know where they are, and very fast move speed as well, so he can check multiple bushes in the span of seconds. So I can see how that makes sense. And if he does find it, very, how do I say, tight window, but if he does find Gold's 1-1, then, you know, much to the chagrin of Mirko, that 1-1's in trouble. So could melt in at least the hands of Tamal alone.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of toying going on here. Best player is going to go ahead and try to pick up that minion, invading the jungle there, but still very careful is New Wave. They come in, they're just engaged. We do see a real world manipulation coming down. Tamal might be in a little bit of trouble here, does get taken down very low, and Ziggy and the rest, Indo is not able to support that disengagement, and down goes Tamal. And they are not finished yet. Ziggy does take out that purple, and we do see the blazing duet coming in onto Team Sexy. Taken down is Nicolette, and Best Player with that blazing duet, and the damage coming from Ziggy already, and Warrior follows suit right behind them, and they are going to go ahead and pick up this second turtle.
New Wave just evolved right before our eyes. They found a early game window, took advantage of it, and punished hard. Japa and Ziggy are online, at least for now, alright? 4 minutes in, 13k to 12k. New Wave are ahead by 1,000. Looking at the items, they're far from finished. But also we have to note how Indo, Private, one of your favorite players from New Wave, is taking it. He's making me a Dairoth believer.
Yeah, we do see that real world manipulation come down, but not in a great position there to ward off the fight that is happening at this tower. We are going to go ahead and force out the disengage, but we do see that now the shields have dropped on these turrets. Jappa's going to go ahead and clean up this lane as minions are now meeting the top turret.
Still, I believe this is the right thing to do for Gosu, Best Player. Still just choke out New Wave's potential for a late game comeback and maybe take down Indo along the way. Why not? But there is a punish down bottom by Dogter. Oh,
yeah, they are going to go ahead and trade in some kills there. Rimuru for Indo, but they did lose a jungler for that engagement on New Wave, and able to trade it back up for Rimuru there. Up at the top, it looks like Wanwan actually might be in trouble. Does go down to Ziggy there, and they are just putting the boots to this gold lane. We do see a real world manipulation coming in right now. They aren't able to catch too many people on there. Nicolette is on the run, trying to disengage, taken dangerously low. They are not willing to dive into the tower, but right now they are giving chase. Gosu, Best Player, is not able to, as right there. Here is Ind, and Ziggy coming in for the cleanup from behind, able to save the getaway from Tamal, but Tamal does get taken down by Lolita there.
Oh, wow. You saw how Indo there was punching Best Player's axe. Yes, The Balmond can spin, but the Direwolf doesn't care. The damage will come through, and if he does find the Abyssal Strike, you're gonna go down regardless. And now they're primed for a turtle take, the final turtle for this first game. And still, they're threatening the 1-1 up top. Gold is having a hard time in the face of what New Wave is bringing.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of trouble here. Real world manipulation is coming down there. Warrior does come down with that Numenon blast. Gold is taken down off camera, but Warrior taken down as well, is followed closely behind by a tower. Rimuru is trying to get away. I'm not sure he's going to be able to as Doctor dives into the tower for him. And best player able to pick up the buff, but is getting his escape closed off here. Ziggy taking a heap of damage as the rest of them are now being zoned out for this tower coming in.
The Doctor is in, and Team Sexy, they're not even sure if they're sick or not, but so far this is a 6-7 minutes, 11-3, about 5k ahead. New Wave is in control. Team Sexy, for them to come back, they need to find the perfect real-world manipulation and Numenon Blast setup. But with the way New Wave is playing, they are scattering Team Sexy's resources. They don't even know where New Wave is coming from, and that's what Tamal is bringing here. Again, it already happened, Private. It happened, what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago, where Tamal found gold, and the 1-1 could even fly. That's what made that top lane such a deadly place for that 1-1 to be, and now it's no man's land. Actually, you know what? Every single lane for Team Sexy right now is no man's land. They have to be, what, 3 or 4 dudes in a unit to be able to survive? And that's what this 5k gold lead New Wave bought for them.
Yeah, and especially picking that Masha into basically baiting out, I want to say, the Wanwan pick. Because if you have this Masha in on any type of engagement into gold, immediately what is he going to do is you're going to use that anti-auto attack ability onto Wanwan. So now you can't escape. Now you have those little slow feet trying to get away from you, and there's not really much you can do. So just a great plan out them for that gold lane to kind of shut down and put this Wanwan at such a disadvantage. This is already just a huge difference in playing ability. Oh man, we do see an engagement down here. Best player is going to get taken down here. Real world manipulation coming down, but not enough. And we have a blazing duet way into the back line. Gold is trying to get away, gets taken down there. Warrior not able to do much there, unfortunately, because as that real world manipulation came down, that was the perfect opportunity for Jappa to dive in to the back line with that blazing duet.
The swing back, the trade for Team Sexy was that tier 1 turret on bottom. They sent Rimuru to do the dirty work. And again, that's what most XP laners can do when they're down like this. They split push. And there was no punish, thankfully, but Team Sexy paid in blood in that engagement near the Lord. New Wave seems to be taking names and buying out property, taking turrets, taking these major objectives. Left and right. It's so hard. 10 minutes in, and a lineup that scales like this, if they're this way ahead, it's so hard to think how you're going to come back. So, as Team Sexy, they have to play in their base. Now they have to play in their base. Earlier, they had to play in Ube. Now they just have to play in their base. That's what they can pray for here.
Yeah, and that's the difficult part right now, because we are seeing some of these abilities now on the side of Team Sexy being used as disengages. Oh, we do see a Falling Star Moon coming in. Dogtor deep into the back lines, followed by that Alice and Ziggy there. They are able to take the tower and putting on a bunch of damage. Still don't, and how did they get out of that without losing a single person there? And that is just the synergy that you are getting from this New Wave team.
They were like a set of synchronized swimmers. They knew exactly what the moves were, the tempo was, the pacing, and eventually Team Sexy are marching out of their base. This makes sense, but they can only do this as a 4-in-1, and this is the right composition. You give Rimuru the 1 on this stackless stams. It's so hard to play Festival of Blood with no stacks. That's where you're going to get your sustainability and your item build as well. He's forced to play almost full defense. Didn't catch the first half of the items there. But yeah, no. Doctor is coming back. He picks up the blade mail, or the blade armor, that is. Oh, there is a corrosion scythe. But he's still building up into his blade armor. I'm talking about Rimuru's items here. Oh, man. It's so hard to be 1-1. It's so hard to be gold in this game.
Yeah, right now they are riding that struggle bus as we do see the waves starting to crash in. There's really not much that they can do except for just try to get these waves and wait for a mistake by New Wave, because right now you are still a little bit behind. We do see Japa coming in there, baiting out best player to come back, but that was probably more a little bit as a distraction so that Indo could go ahead and pick up that buff up there.
Yep, so slowly, New Wave, but surely choking out Team Sexi's resources, and they're gonna grow this lead. Oh my god, Private, almost 10k, almost 10k ahead. So New Wave, I think don't contest the Lord even, don't even think about it. Again, player base, take what buffs you can, and stay close to each other. Clean take here, as free as it gets for New Wave. That is going to be, oh, still level 1 Lord. I believe. Is that still a level 1? No, I think they killed it at the 12-minute mark. They started attacking at the 12-minute mark, so it is going to be a Lord with a jump.
Yeah, and this is kind of a strategy right now from New Wave, akin to like a boa constrictor or a snake, where they already are enclosed around you, and what they're doing is very, very slowly choking out the resources, the gold that you can get, keeping you pinned into that base where you can't really go out there. And every single time they go out, they're going to be met by this front line of New Wave, and they're so patient about it as well. But we do see a little bit of engagement here at mid as Luminous Lord is coming up on top. We do see that falling Star Moon into the back lines right now. The rest of Team Sexi is forced to disengage as the Blazing Duet comes there and halves their health, but right now down goes Warrior right now as this Luminous Lord is crashing in. It's not doing damage to the tower right now. Remuru is in a little bit of trouble trying to disengage there. Down goes Gold right now. We do see that lethal counter coming down onto Dogtar. Man, just the amount, like, they lost 2 players for that and able to take down 1 inhibitor, a decent value for that Lord. But we do see now, right now Nicolette is going to be taken down by Tamal, and that combination from Ziggy there, able to get away now. Remuru in a little bit of trouble there, is trying to get away to tower, but this might be a wrap for this core as they are putting the boots right now, and this is going to be first game going to New Wave there, and in dominating fashion.
Ring the bell. That is Team Sexi down for the count. And in the draft alone, I believe New Wave knew exactly what they were doing, and they set it up step after step after step. Yes, they opened up quite a few comfort picks and a few good problems and answers from Team Sexi, but they knew exactly what they were getting into. And Private, they seem to have found a way to play that same scaling lineup and maybe get in a pocket pick here and there. They do have that mid Alice, and still not change the way that they play too much. I love it. This is revolutionary. Again, the first time I've seen teams evolve. Match 1 tonight, we saw how Team First Blood grew up and evolved. Now it's New Wave's turn.
Yeah, and obviously, like, finding that hole in their own composition, not just kind of scouting out what Team Sexi was going to do, but they already knew what we had already discussed, I want to say last night or early this morning, is about how they like to scale into that late game, how they like to kind of depend on how they can hold the line. But we didn't see that here. We still saw that late game comp, but we saw that little something extra, that little missing ingredient, which was that Masha, that early game pressure to kind of not only hold the line at the beginning and help them disengage, but to put the boots to them, especially that early gold lane. Like, there was not much that a 1-1 could do when you have a Masha coming at you that's going to be able to shut down your auto attacks. That's removed your entire mobility, your kit to be able to get away. So you're just powerless to stand there while the rest of New Wave is able to come in there and collapse on you. And that was the beginning of the end, because when your only opening is going to be that early game and that early game aggression, and you start losing that early game, you're just waiting for mistakes by New Wave. And New Wave has shown how patient, how long they are willing to wait, and how disciplined they are when it comes to the little drawn outs. They don't need the kills. They don't need to make something happen right away. They have a plan. They don't need to go outside of that box as long as they're executing correctly.
Yep. So far, NA seems to have a very clear read on the meta. I see that you guys love your Esmeraldas, your Claudes, and your Mashas. Specifically in this top 4, the teams who know how to use these heroes best come out the victor. So with that being said, I'm looking forward to these teams actually learning from what happened in game number 1, because again, that's one trait I've seen from the top 4 teams is even within games, even within a good 10-15 minutes, they learn so quickly and they don't let the same thing take them down back to back. So with that being said, I expect the same amount of respect for Faramis and Valentina, because again, Valentina, if I'm not mistaken, only suffered 1 loss in the whole run of NACT, number pending. But yeah, same respect for Valentina and Faramis, and then we go from there. That might be a good go. And at least for New Wave, take out Warriors Grok. Grok seems to be one of his comfort picks. If they can do that, then they're on their way to a sweep. Now they're on the swing back, Team Sexy, they get that first pick advantage. What are they willing to trade out for? I'm expecting maybe Esmeralda or Eve. That might be one thing that they're willing to force out.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, it's very interesting too, because we saw even with that Eve, Nicolette having a lot of trouble. But I mean, it's really hard to kind of say if it was the Claude pick that was so detrimental when your team is so far ahead that there's really not much to stop the front line of New Wave from crashing into you. So you can't really even, it's hard to kind of decipher that, because you can't even say, oh, we had a problem positioning or we had a problem with that, because as you move on to the mid into the late game, New Wave had such a lead that there really isn't anything that you can do. You could have your front line there, but they're getting bursted down by Claude as he comes in with a blazing duet. So it's going to be interesting here. But like you said, we do see that respectful Masha band coming out there, because that was still a huge problem for their for the side of Team Sexy, and they're going to go ahead and throw down that Faramis as well. Take that out of there. It's been one of those newer, that new hotness in NA right now is that Faramis pick and what it adds, and then they go ahead and pick up the Thamus, and apparently going to be giving away the Esmeralda again to the side of New Wave.
Oh, neither of my predictions coming true. It's a Thams that they first pick up. I'm wondering if this is more of a safe pick, again, a flex pick that they can play mind games with against New Wave, or is it more of something that anchors down Rimuru and make sure that at least half the map, a quarter of the map, a third of the map is in good hands? The swing back by New Wave, Esmeralda and Eve, the problem and the solution.
So one thing I've noticed too, and apparently I missed the memo, is Xavier is no longer one of the cool kids. He's last series, I don't even think we saw him banned either, and he wasn't picked up. So.
Last game too, yeah.
It's just he kind of got booted out. I don't know if he realizes it. Somebody better give him a call, because he just kind of surprisingly got knocked out from like the meta right here so far in. Oh wow!
Sad saver noises. Yeah, no, legit. Flashbacks of all the amazing dawning lights from the past 6 months. But it's so weird that that Farsa gets the nod first. Farsa gets picked first before Savior. And as well, Brody. Brody is also another one of those acquired tastes when it comes to NA. We're seeing a lot of great Brodies from the past days of NACT. But there is the close up for New Wave, the Atlas. Oh wow, very team fight heavy. New Wave wants to go in game number 2.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting. I'm waiting first right now, because we're going to need to have some type of engagement onto this back line of New Wave. We have nothing that's going to be able to shut down this Eve, once that real world manipulation comes out there. And if you get too close, what are you going to have? You're going to have an Atlas in your face coming in with those with the fatal links there. Farja, it's an interesting pick. If anybody could play it, it's going to be Nicolette, especially with her positioning and especially with that wings by wings. However, like on paper, I mean, you're going to have to stand still. You're going to have to sit there to get out that feathered airstrike, which is something that Tamal's going to be able to kind of hone in on there. We do see, of course, that Diggy ban is going to be coming out from the side of New Wave, but we definitely need something to be able to answer this Atlas and this back line. I mean, not even just that. I mean, it's just a well-rounded comp so far by New Wave.
Seems like Team Sexy is going to be going off of the angle and proposing that maybe we just purify. Maybe we just rock purify everybody. And that's a decent answer, I'd say. But in the absence of Savior comes an interesting hero, Hayabusa. Out of the shadows, literally. I haven't seen Hayabusa in about forever. Private, what's going on? But a ninja for a ninja. No, don't. New Wave, do not play with my emotions. There's no room for a Hanzo unless you want to be like that. Don't. All right, cool. All right. I was about to lose it.
Yeah, they're just dancing around. They're playing with our emotions right now for what we're going to be looking for as this gold laner right now. Interesting pickup for this Hayabusa. I mean, I do like the flexibility and how well Hayabusa can transition from like that standard assassin to a split pushing menace. But I mean, as far as the tank meta has come out and like with his targets, I feel like he's going to be very he's not going to have a lot of targets here that he's going to be able to kind of latch onto with that shadow kill. But we do see Brody being picked up by New Wave, and then we're just going to have big damage there once Brody starts. Or Brody, once oh my god, I can't even remember the name. It's so long since
Bruno.
I've seen the marks.
We don't talk about Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno, and I think that's a crime because I have had whispers from down the grapevine from some pro players here in the Philippines that Bruno is quite the menace. So given this lineup that New Wave has drafted specifically because of the Atlas and the Esmeralda buying some space for the Bruno, I'm expecting a lot of great things from Japa.
Yeah, we're going to see the damage if it's going to be able to come out here. We are starting up. I think we've been a little bit more safer now. We don't see as much aggression on the buffs, but we do still at the top. We see that aggression, that cutting lane from Team Sexy there, and he's going to go ahead and transition over into the red buff.
Yep. Let's see if Rimuru wants to tickle Indo's orange, but it looks like it's not gonna happen. That is the purple secured by Indo, and I'm still so impressed as to how Indo plays this Dire jungle. Maybe I just haven't seen the right ones. So far, they are giving best player a run for his money, forcing Nicolette to play leash as well. Put a perimeter around the jungle, and we're not even seeing Little Wanderer just yet, unless it was taken so quickly already.
It was.
What happened?
We do see it does seem like it was taken by the side of Team Sexy there, and then it looked like that. The side of New Wave went ahead and put it down as well. We still have 30 seconds left on this turtle. Both teams being very respectful of each other's ability right now, but we might start seeing the engagements start happening as we move closer and closer to this first turtle, and we do see a little bit of an invade by Indo here at the top. He's going to be able to get that minion and get away.
Yep, it's a mirror attempted by best player, but there was Ziggy to answer back. Oogie shadow kill onto Ziggy. Not enough to get the kill on, so it was more just like a shadow. So Dogter here buying some time, but Team Sexy finds the angle, and New Wave has to give up this turtle.
Yeah, and a good pickup by best player there to get the turtle unanswered, and really not much done by New Wave there. Usually they're very good about countering. If they're not going to be able to get turtle, they're going to make it. They're going to they're gonna make a value out of it. They're gonna push, but we do see maybe a little bit of an engagement happening down here at the bottom. Warrior is trying to get away. Real world manipulation comes down. Warrior is taken down there, and Nicolette might have checked into the wrong bush. Is gonna have to wings by wings away, but a good pickup and a first blood by the side of New Wave there.
Right, some camps and a kill onto the Matilda. The trade by New Wave for that turtle. Let's see. Oh, Indo gets spotted.
Yeah, we do have that feathered airstrike is gonna put your money where your mouth is there, and down goes that Dairoth. We were talking about that mobility issue that he does have, and it's gonna be probably a little bit more of a problem as we start moving in, and that cooldown does get reduced for that feathered airstrike, because he's gonna be able to put on a lot of damage to him, especially if he's not gonna be able to get away there. A little bit of damage coming onto Warrior there, and they are gonna go ahead and protect this tower, take down this minion, but a little bit of gold is taken down, and Warrior just kind of harassing Joppa up here, letting him know, yeah, I'm still around and we're still here, trying to make him scared, or not scared, but letting him know that you're gonna have to respect these bushes when you're playing against us.
Speaking of bushes, look at how Nicolette is on the corner of that bush, not even hiding. Like, she knows that they have to respect her, and oh my god, showing us exactly why she is one of the most prolific mages in NA, pushing that gold lane, making it unsafe for Joppa, who's holding on for dear life, 1 HP in a dream. Team Sexy's not letting this gold lane breathe, man. New Wave has to think about how to answer back.
Yeah, and right now, New Wave there was a good set there. Oh, Tamal coming in there. Real world manipulation coming onto gold. Is he going to be able to get away? He does, and is able to put some damage onto Tamal. But man, we do see this turtle, meanwhile, being taken by Nicolette and Rimuru, setting it up so that Hayabusa can go ahead, get in there, put on the damage, and pick up this turtle without much of a contestation by the side of New Wave. And they are moving up and spreading this lead to just beyond 1K at the 5-minute mark.
About 440 where we're seeing. We'll check the items later on, but oh lordy Lou, Indo getting squished as that Dairoth. And again, just a minute ago we were here in Gold Lane. Team Sexy was all here. Now they're still here. They want to make sure that Joppa doesn't get anything built. He's far from a first item, and I'm thinking, oh wow, an early Clock of Destiny into, I'm guessing a book might be what Nicolette is building up next, and there's the Blade of Despair for gold.
Yeah,
Private, they're not letting go.
Yeah, when you see that Purify coming down there and looking for some damage, Joppa is going to use that flicker in, is not able to secure the kill, and goes down there, as well as Tamal being taken down with Ziggy at the side there. So a great play by Team Sexy there, not letting up onto this gold lane and punishing that kind of lackadaisical early game that we usually get. But up at the top, we do see Rimuru is going to get taken down from the tag team of Dogtor and Indo.
Because of that trade up top, I was gonna say, oh, at least New Wave has something, but no, not at all. New Wave is down. And Team Sexy is stonks right now. They traded 2 turrets for 1 dude. And Rimuru should be taking that trade all day. I think if Rimuru can force that, then they would win. Like, if they take this to the 10-minute mark, there would be no base for New Wave. But that being said, it looked like New Wave, again, found some breathing room, and I'm not sure if this is the right way to do it, but anything to give Joppa any space and farm should be the way to go. The Bruno dream isn't dead quite yet, still not a meme.
Yeah, we do see that Fatal Link's coming down with the slow. Rimuru is going to be taken down here by Joppa. Feather Airstrike comes down, but it is not soon enough to put on some suppressive fire, as Rimuru is going to catch an easy way back to the base. We do see that Circling Eagle coming deep into the line onto Joppa, but that real world manipulation comes down, and down goes gold, and Joppa traded there. Indo is dangerously low as Ziggy goes down, and Doctor coming in to try to fend off this fight, and is going to be able to protect Indo and his escape.
He was so close to becoming Indon't. So far, I'm so happy that at least the Dairoth can breathe. Again, one more look. Starting off with Warrior, spacing out the rest of Team Sexy, Team New Wave, to allow for that turtle. And I think that shield, that turtle shield really bought it for Team Sexy, and that allowed them to push in a little deeper and reclaim that lead. Ooh, Scarlet Phantom onto Japa right now. I am looking forward to seeing a swing back from New Wave. That's usually the thing that allowed them to win in the late game in last week's matches, but now it's like Team Sexy is not allowing them to breathe and get that back. So far, it's up to New Wave. They have to be a little more disciplined. They're still not out of the woods.
Yeah, but this is something that we have seen from New Wave time after time, is they will bank on that late game. They'll be patient. They'll wait for those fights. They'll wait for those mistakes, for somebody to check a bush, for somebody to make a play that that the rest of their team, that the rest of Team Sexy is not ready for. And it's going to come down to whether or not Team Sexy can get that lead. We do see that Falling Starman coming in, and we do see that Feather Airstrike coming down quickly, dispatching, but a Fatal Lynx comes down purified out of it, and that's where we see these Purifies coming in, very patient with it, and an answer that could have gone hairy for them. Indo taking a lot of damage from that shadow kill, and best player able to take him down as they are putting the boots onto Japa, as he's going to have to flicker away and get zoned out. Are they going to be able to pick up this tower? And they are trying to put the boots onto it. Not going to be able to get it just yet, but down at the bottom, we do see that Gold is going to go ahead and push that lane in, while the rest of Team Sexy on this Lord. And this is what they have been, this is what we were talking about, what they needed to do. Keep on this early game pressure, keep it in their face, and don't let up. You can't give them any breathing room, because the moment you do, the moment you make a mistake, New Wave is going to come barreling down on top of you and close this game with a quickness.
Yep, so that's what Team Sexy saw, and they read into it, and it seems like the call was, let's just get as comfortable as we can get. They're sitting on lazy boys. They got their their cotton slippers on, and they're wearing just bathing robes, bathrobes. I'm comfortable out of my mind, because looking at their draft, it is not at all a 2022 draft. So that means they are just playing off of pure instinct, and I love how they are just threatening a finish here. There's a Lord down bottom, and Nicolette is blasting two waves, two lanes at the same time.
Yeah, that perfect setup in between with that Feathered Airstrike. We do see that circling eel come down onto Tamal, is only able to catch one with that Fatal Lynx, but down goes Tamal, is able to take down best player. Down comes the real world manipulation as they are trying to disengage here. Are going to go ahead and pick up this tower. Is Rumuru at the mid there? Are they going to be able to close? Is this what you want? Is this engagement what you want so far? You got to be patient. We do see up at the top, they're going to go ahead and change their focus up there. All the lanes starting to come in. A Falling Star Moon does go wide and is punished by Nicolette there with that Feathered Airstrike, and they lose another one, and this has swung 13-6 in favor of Team Sexy with only, well, with one inhibitor left on the side of New Wave.
And that's what happens when you're playing super comfortable and you're presenting this much damage as Team Sexy. You're forcing New Wave to play where they're not comfortable, right? So it's just yin and yang. We're so comfortable, we're doing exactly what we want, and New Wave is forced to answer back and play off kilter. This is not their tempo, not at all. You see how Dogter was forced to go in and Falling Star Moon, and then Japa was like, all right, let me kick in. And Team Sexy, all Nicola had to do was Feathered Airstrike in your face. And look at this, a one-man hit with the Fatal Lynx, and they did get it, but at what cost, right? They're not gonna get away with this. Look.
Yeah, we do see them. Shadow kill does latch onto that. Bruno Dogger is trying to disengage there, so they do answer that kill onto Nicolette with something of their own as Japa gets taken down, and they're going to go ahead and pick up this blue buff as well. They're still in a great position here. Still 20 seconds left on this Lord, and they're going to be able to pick up a Luminous Lord potentially here as we move into the 12-minute mark.
It's so difficult to be New Wave right now, and it's so counterintuitive the way that they have to answer back, because they need some discipline, all the discipline that they can. If there is going to be a Game 3, they need to borrow some discipline from that Game 3, loan it to themselves in the past, today, right here in the present. time travel is tricky business, but all I'm saying is they need to play more defensively, and that seems to be out of the question, but they do get 2 kills!
Yeah, we saw the Feather Airstrike come down, but then the flicker into the Fatal Links, able to catch 2 members of Team Sexy. And I don't even know who that Lord went to. It did go over to the side of Team Sexy, so they are able to pick up the kills, but they do not pick up this Luminous Lord. But Team Sexy is not going to get much value out of it. They do only have 3 members, unless they can kind of make something magical happen out of this push, maybe synchronize these lanes. But I mean, you see the rest of New Wave kind of chunking up at that top lane.
Yeah, so in the long run, I'd say a shutdown is good. And the burst, put respect on it, Ziggy says. Ziggy taken down best player, caught out of nowhere. This is going to be an easier defense than that last Lord. So I'm guessing New Wave is still in it. New Wave shrinking that gold lead. I mean, by no means it's still a position that you want to be in, but at least it's better than how they've ever been in the past 10 minutes, going into what, 13 and change.
But this is what we were talking about, is that discipline toward the late game that New Wave has, and their ability to kind of capitalize on these mistakes. And this is what Team Sexy is kind of falling into. They got maybe a little too overextended. That Feathered Airstrike, I don't even know if that's overextended, because Atlas came out of nowhere with those Fatal Links onto Nicolette. There wasn't any better positioning you could have had there. And then they did get captured with it. But what the problem is after that, what you did after that, we had Hayabusa, we had a best player kind of going in for that shadow kill, but there wasn't anything you were going to make happen. You weren't going to be getting anybody down there, and all he did was kind of set himself up to be kind of taken down as well. So I mean, nobody's out of this matchup yet, so it's not the time to get greedy.
Either way, yeah, but the punishes are so much harder on Team Sexy. Like, if Team Sexy loses 1 and New Wave doesn't, then all the more the comeback is going to hurt. As for New Wave, they've been on the back foot for the longest time in this game, and they can get used to this. It's just a matter of learning when to switch gears. But for now, they have to accept the fact that they are not in the driver's seat. So that sounds weird. Like, you have to switch gears, but you're not driving. Anyways, New Wave, they still lack even core items on their main core, on Jappa. I did see his last item slot was still empty, but wait! Oh, Fatal Links!
Fatal Links, what you do, it is answered by that Feathered Airstrike coming down. We do see that best player gets taken down there as well. Warrior in a little bit of trouble here is going to activate that Circling Eagle. Is going to be enough for him to get away. A pause and a stun issued out by Nicolette. We do have a torn apart Memories. Is going to take Dogtar dangerously low, but not enough to really warrant a full disengage there as they are waiting. You see Tamal kind of hiding in this bush, kind of letting them know, I'm here. I dare you to go for this Lord right now, because he's going to answer it with another stun and maybe a Fatal Links there. We do see that Feather. Oh my God, Fatal Links does land on the 3 members of Team Sexy, but the damage is being done to that Atlas. Tamal trying to get out of there as answered back by a real world manipulation coming down onto them. Luckily, none of Team Sexy go down for that, and they are going to be able to pick up this Luminous Lord.
Again, another Lord, third of the game. Still doesn't have the Thunder and Lightning, but just the same, New Wave did not have the ults on time. Like, if it was Fatal Links into Real World Manipulation, into Wave of the World, then yes, Team Sexy would have been but dust. But New Wave, again, you can see how there's some frustration. I can sense the frustration in the way that they're playing, and still, we're lacking that one last item in that core, in that Jappa Bruno. For Team Sexy, they're all built. They're all set up, and now they just have to focus on taking down this last inhibitor and then going from there, playing like that boa constrictor that New Wave was in game number 1. Now, the shoe's on the other foot. They have to switch gears one more time. They have to adjust, and they have to accept the fact that, all right, guys, hunker down. We have to play D.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to the communication there, too. Like you said, they didn't have their ults ready yet, but Tamal went in there. We do have this wave crashing in at top. This is going to probably spell the end of this top inhibitor right now, and they are crashing in. We're trying to zone them out with this real-world manipulation. We do see that immortality activated. Jappa's going to get the kill onto Rimuru. We do see that torn apart memories coming out there. So, like, not a lot of value, but they came, they accomplished what they set out for. Did Team Sexy. They took down the last inhibitor, and this is going to be a little bit more trouble for the side of New Wave, as we do have, I want to say, enhanced minions now that you're going to have to worry for every one of these long engagements.
What amazing, naglaing, mantap, all of the languages, muy bien, defense by New Wave. It was amazing. Now, they took one down and they survived. Yes, they gave up inhibitor, but I could not have asked for more. And now, oh, perfect chain of events. That's what we were looking for, Private.
Yeah, we do see Tamal coming in with that Fatal Links. Unfortunately, it does look like Nicolette was kind of caught in a bad way. Is going to have to wings back out of there, but they lose best player in that engagement. Tamal being a kind of a menace here. Warrior in a bad way here, caught a little far there. Oh, torn apart memories is going to take down Tamal, but we do see that Circling Eagle does not connect as he gets taken down quickly. We do see that immortality activated by Indo, but cleaned up as soon as he pops up. As a welcome and goodbye again. So now we have a 3v3 New Wave versus Team Sexy here at the 18-minute mark.
Same story. You could copy paste what I said about the whole frustration and timing and switching gears from the past 2 or 3 team fights and then paste it right here. So now we're closer to evens. We're closer to this being a 50-50. Still, I give a little bit of the advantage to Team Sexy, seeing how New Wave is a little bit more, I don't know, playing with their heart on their sleeve. But just the same, if this keeps happening, if this keeps happening.
Goes down there, and we do see them coming onto this Lord. This is the most important Lord. This is the post 18-minute Lord right now, and this is not the position you want to be in with one player down. We are dancing around it. We have kind of dragged it out there. We are baiting right now, but we do see Jappa is going to go ahead and start with that big boy Bruno damage there. And oh no, we do see a Fatal Links coming down onto them, followed by a Feathered Airstrike. Look at all the damage going on to New Wave. Jappa is getting taken down there as Warrior dives deep into there. We are now latching on to Ziggy, but now we're zoning out. We aren't actually focused on the Lord right now. We do see Rimuru is going to get taken down by that Eve there, so we are at a 2-for-1 trade in favor of New Wave right now.
Doctor curing Team Sexy of their disease of being alive. I love it. Esmeralda really is one of the heroes that build the pillars of NAMLBB, and it's because of players like Doctor that make that possible. Rimuru, he's amazing, right, Towns? But you need to hit people to get to save. But wait, come the fight!
Yeah, we do see it come in there with that Fatal Links, but now we have the Feathered Airstrike coming down. Nicolette's gonna have to disengage there as Tamal activates that immortality. Down goes Indo at the hands of best player, followed by Tamal there. And now Warriors trying to zone out with Doctor. New Wave is in a bad way right now. That is 3 for unanswered kills for Team Sexy, and they are starting on this Lord. This could be GG for the side of New Wave if they can get this. Nicolette goes down at the hands of Jappa, so much damage. Gold gets taken down as well. I spoke too soon because, again, we are at even stakes here. 2 for 2. Every single time you think a team gets an advantage, it gets answered right away.
Okay, I can say now very clearly, we are at 50-50. Here is another look. At this point, I could have sworn it was over because a team fight that lasts that long, you have so many stacks with the torn apart memory, you really have to pay attention. But again, the fact that torn apart memory has already been spent, and then you see Wind of Nature triggered by Jappa, makes even players as amazing as Gold think twice. And you don't even have time to think. You're like, oh, this guy's kicking balls in my face. What do? Lay and die. That's what happened there. And now there's 3 members missing from Team Sexy, and New Wave's gonna finally have their first taste at a Lord. Private, this is a Lord that has been blessed by the god of thunder himself, Thor. Indo gets it!
Yeah, Indo has it, and right now we do see Rimuru is going to go down here. This is not what you wanted. You give them the Lord, and now you gave them a kill. We do see that feathered airstrike coming down, and down goes, able to flicker away, actually, was Tamal there. So they're not going to be able to answer this with a kill of their own, and they have an 18 minutes, like, luminous ×2 Lord barreling down through the bottom here, and this is going to be a dangerous game for Team Sexy here to be able to balance out the power of this Lord and then the possible pushes by the team. As you do see that Falling Star Moon is going to go ahead and come down there as Nicolette activates that Wings by Warrior in a little bit of bad way. Look how much slowed she is. That circling eagle coming down there, followed by the feathered airstrike. The damage onto Jappa as he does go down. Turn apart memories does take them dangerously low, but they are gonna have to regen their health as this Luminous Lord barreling down at the bottom. Looks like they are making good short work of it, so they live to fight another day.
Oh, wow. Team Sexy, despite all of the shortcomings or those windows of, I don't know, lapse of judgment over the past 5 minutes that have allowed New Wave that Lord, they made short work of it. That Lord XD Class S double reloaded special edition was just taken down, man. Even with all the extra skills it had, the fact that Team Sexy had a clear go at it made it an easy defense. They lost, what, 2 turrets, top and bottom? Is that right? A mid lane turret too. I can't believe that mid lane tier 1 was still standing all this time. So yeah, we're past the 20-minute mark. Every death, every single death is going to be a punish. And these bursts from the core players, I'm talking about Best Player and Nicolette, they're gonna be all the more important to hide themselves. That's what I'm looking for. They have to hide themselves in the right bushes, because it seems like New Wave is getting better at finding out when their purifies are down.
Yeah, and we do see Best Player almost in a little bit of a bad position there as Ziggy's able to kind of come out there and almost gets caught on his return shadow there, but they aren't able to pick it up. And they're kind of getting a little spread out here as we do see Matilda in a little bit of trouble here. Warrior is going to go ahead and disengage. They're not going to go ahead and continue this, but in a good position right now. Both teams basically feeling it out, and Sexy in a decent position right now. They do still have the safety of those towers, but I don't think that's going to stand another Lord push right now. They only have 2 towers at mid, and then the inhibitors. We do see, oh my god, look at the damage. Just 1 hit drops a Jappa down to a 1/3 of health, and here is the Lord, the prize that they've been waiting and so patient for here. And we do see we're going to go ahead, start the fight up at top. Jappa does latch on with that shadow kill. Is going to come back here. We do see Tamal with that ability, oh my god, look at all the damage right now. Tamal is going to go ahead and latch down. Do they have the Wings by Wings to be able to get away there? But we do see Rimuru in a bad way. That is 2 kills for the side of New Wave as they are going to go ahead and start on this Lord. This might be it for them. This Lord right now at the 25-minute mark, especially with these huge death counters on the side of Team Sexy, and there's not much they're going to be able to do to counter this Lord push.
Yep, very hard to steal, very hard to come back from, but do note that there are still turrets standing for Team Sexy. Their base is protected by 1, 2, 3, 4 more turrets. New Wave has a lot of the map to buy back for. It's not over quite yet, but there is something I have to note, Team Sexy. It's their turn to get into the frustrated chair. I just invented this meta analogy in my head where like there's a chair, there's 5 of them, and then you get frustrated when you sit down there. And Team Sexy, it looks like they're the one who get frustrated because I can see that Nicolette's feathered airstrike off timer. The caca from Warrior, the circling eagle, it's catching the wrong people now. And again, I hate to say it, but Best Player, he's putting himself in the right bushes, but again, there's so many more answers than the threats he's presenting, right? Very specifically, how Jappa just popped the Windtalker. The Wind of Nature,
Yeah.
I mean, the Wind of Nature, I was watching, it's like, oh, this is not gonna go well for best player. So, now, worst case scenario, they lose 2 inhibitors. Best case scenario, they lose none of them, and they get a kill out of New Wave, maybe 2.
Yeah, we're seeing right now that Feather Airstrike is going to come down, and that is just such a great defense, especially that pick by Nicolette to pick up this Farja, because she's able to take down his minions. We just need to be able to take down that Lord. If you could take down that Lord, Nicolette's going to be able to finish the job, to be able to present that Feathered Airstrike to take down these minions quite quickly and from a decent yardage away from these minions as she's striking them. Warrior getting a little eager, is kind of pressing on here, letting his team know where they are at onto this blue buff, but I'm not sure this is an engagement that they want right now. They're going to need to have something a little bit more organized. Oh no, Nicolette wasn't able to pick that up. I was about to say, but it would have been an amazing and maybe a little bit of a morale boost for the side of Team Sexy. But both teams, we're starting to get an even keel here right now. Even though the gold is, oh my god, we do see a real world manipulation come down there, followed by a fatal Lynx, and down comes the falling star moon.
Oh!
And the damage coming down. Tamal is able to survive though, and they do. That is still 5 players for both teams up here, as the new wave is gonna have to disengage, but there's not much you can get out of that fight. They're gonna be able to lick their wounds and have enough time to get back to this Lord, as there are 30 seconds left. But a good engagement and maybe a little bit of a misplay by New Wave there.
Yep, both Tamal and Best Player got away with but 1 HP. And that's clutch. I think there's a small window for both teams have forced the issue there. But again, we're slowly going into ultra double time overtime, wherein both teams, they've gone through their frustrated phase. They've gone through their "Mom, it's not a phase, you don't understand" phase, and they're going into, all right, this is do or die for New Wave. It's match point for Team Sexy. It's but step 1 in a long hill. But look this, Warrior in that bush got checked by Indo, and they can time it out. There's the Feathered Airstrike. Indo survives it, and Tamal walks away with his life. But look, what's this? This is Doctor, right? Oh no, 1v4! No.
Yeah, he is going to be able to get away from that, and this is what we start seeing, especially at that late game right now. It's going to be very hard, especially. I mean, honestly, I'm a full-fledged fan of Hayabusa. Maybe not checking some of these bushes. I know he is a firm believer in his shadow ability, but I feel like that's been upsetting this side of Team Sexy as they try to kind of clamor around it, or they lose their major retribution user there. And we do see Tamal is going to be able to flicker away, but we do see that Best Player goes down again, and this is going to set it up.
No.
Are we going to be able to kind of capitalize on this, as Atlas is going to have to return to base? That is a giant death timer on the side of Best Player there.
Colossal, and he's such an important part of this hopefully last part of the game, because even chat, I'm checking chat every now and then. It's like, oh no, somebody's ended. Down goes Ziggy. Do they find a trade? Nicolette's still alive.
Yeah, we do see that Nicolette does get taken down there. It's only Gold and Rimuru left, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make something happen here. Oh, we do see that Tamal gets taken down with a torn apart memories, and this might be the breathing room that they needed as the Lord gets reset, but Gold is not going to be able to make it. He gets taken down by Jappa, and Indo is going to go ahead and latch onto this Lord. He's going to go I don't think there's going to be anything that's going to be able to stop him unless Rimuru is going to, oh, actually, they're going to go ahead and stop. I'm confused. I think Indo is just as confused as I am of what they want to do here right now.
Your confusion, Private, is just as much as New Wave. For 2 or 3 seconds, they were like, so do we Lord? Or do we force the issue and try to get a penetration? Okay, understood. Let's just go for Lord now. And Rimuru, he has a dream here, man. He has a dream to steal the Lord, and it's gonna be denied. Knock up here, and he gets taken down. A wipeout, a delayed wipeout, but still a clear Lord take. Oh man, the last Lord that New Wave took resulted to nothing, actually. So now they have to go again. They want to go again, and it looks like the timers are going to allow them to at least maybe take 1 inhibitor, at least.
Yeah, and now you're not going to have Rimuru up for this fight as the Lord is coming in now. This might be a fight that New Wave wants, and unfortunately it feels like Team Sexy, this late game is just not in their favor for these engagements right now. It always starts off with the pick off onto best player. We do see a little bit of a setup here. Luminous Lord is here. The Warrior taking a heap of damage there as this Lord tries to charge, but the tower is already down. Is there going to be anything to stop them as this real world manipulation comes, resulting in Nicolette having to use that wings by wings? This Lord is putting on the damage, and this is gonna be it. New Wave is gonna be moving on, and Team Sexy is gonna be going on to the still have a chance bracket.
Private New Wave just called in the last wave, and Team Sexy, again, probably the last bastion of the previous generation of NA Esports, has to crawl their way through the not upper bracket. It's how long was it? 31 minutes, 32 minutes almost, and would not have it either way. I love it. Everyone watching in chat is having fun, and so are we. Looking at the items, I'm pretty sure even Tamal, even Warrior have sold and bought their immortalities in this long drawn out bout. I love it. I'm here for it. I think we analyzed and tried to read between the lines as much already in the past 10 minutes of the game, and it's all been said and done. We don't want to point any fingers, but we saw how New Wave was the better team in tonight's match.
Yeah, they really, and this is where they shine in what we've said, in that a team has not yet been able to overcome this just slow stalk into the late game. I mean, honestly, as hard as it is to say, I want to say that late game was all New Wave. It, like, there were a few spurts of life come up from Team Sexy. They got a few lucky picks, able to kind of come back, but through the entire process, they never really lost a step as we moved into that late game that they weren't prepared for. As soon as they lost somebody, they disengaged. They were able to kind of protect that Lord there as well. And this is what we've been talking about, is that choke, that slow choke in the late game that they're able to put on and starve you out. And then there's a point that they weren't even starving you anymore because everybody's full build. Everybody's like, it comes down to your ability and your, what have we been saying? Your discipline at that late game to not make the mistakes that will kind of cost your team to kind of be one man under when it comes to those Lord picks. But man, we're going to be moving to another very special interview with a New Wave here.
Hello.
Hi.
Is this Ziggy?
Yeah.
Hello, Ziggy, Eve extraordinaire. How are you feeling after that match?
First of all, I have to say that sorry for the viewers. I don't speak Spanish, English well, but I'll try. And about the games, I'm shaking right now. I don't know why. It's the first time I'm shaking after a game, but I feel like very good for my teammates and me.
That was, that was an amazing game. I know that you guys really do love that late game, but this went for 30 minutes. Was there a point like that when you guys love the late game, but was there a point where you were like, not this late though? Like, it's starting to get a little hairy, or were you always kind of had that plan going for you, and you knew what you needed to do?
I think like it's not to pick late game always. We just trying to pick the best hero we have seen in the strategy and in the strategies, and that's all. Maybe we play a lot of late game, maybe because our coach trusts in us.
Makes sense. All right, so I love to hear that your coach is a big part of your success. And my question, since you guys just accidentally always end up into the late game, what goes on in your heads? Like, what do you tell each other? And what, at least for you, Ziggy, what are you thinking when it gets into the late game, when you're like playing 20 minutes, 25, 30, when it gets caliente? What do you think? What do you tell yourself?
For all the team, our coach always say that be calm down. If you're winning the game, be calm down. If you make a mistake, calm down. Don't get angry or something. That's the part I think. We always calm down. We have sometimes we have to wait for late game. And if we are winning in early game, we have to calm down and don't overextend.
That makes sense. I love it because that's what I saw. That's what I saw. You guys are always calm. You're more calm than your opponent. I think I saw. And did you feel that? Did you feel that in this very long game? It was a sweep. You won 2-0, but that last game went to 32 minutes. Did you feel at any point that Team Sexy was getting frustrated? Did you feel that?
Yeah, of course. Most of the part by best player, like we kill him like 2 times for overextend, and that gives us space. And yeah, we have Bruno, so we just have to wait for the fights and we win.
Yeah,
Checks out, Brian. Checks out.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an amazing journey watching you guys. So you've been the most, I want to say, crisp and patient. Discipline is just—it's so amazing to watch on there, especially as you get into the late game and people. That's where people start getting more hesitant, making those mistakes, checking bushes they shouldn't be. And you guys, it's been a pride watching that of how you guys kind of capitalize on those mistakes. What would you say has been the biggest turning point so far for you guys coming in here into NA? Like as far as you guys placed fourth in Liga Latam, had to juggle around the roster. You wanted to compete. You wanted to still kind of have that competition, and joined here, switched around members. What do you think that's been teaching you that you've applied here in NA after taking fourth place?
Well, in NA it's more like, I don't know what's different, but it's different to play in NA to play in LATAM.
Oh.
So we have to adapt there, and I think that rest us time to practice like we usually do, because we have to adapt, and I think that was the main problem. Then some players, we got nervous because there was a crowd screaming and doing some noise, and for real we get nervous sometimes, and I think was the main problem there. But in NA, like, we have the we trust each other. That is like, we know how the teams play, we know we are better sometimes, and well not sometimes, we are better most of the time. and we know how they play, and that is like, we trust each other, and we know we're gonna win this, and that is, I think, no sé cómo se dice en inglés, pero confianza.
Confianza. There you go. Confidence.
Confianza.
You guys have confidence. Yeah. I love it. So good to hear, because looking at your run right now, you guys are on quite the warpath. You took 3 games against Area 77, the last season's champions. So now you are on the way to the upper bracket finals. That much closer. Private, correct me if I'm wrong. New Wave is confirmed to get some prizes at this point, right? Regardless of what happens.
Yes, they cannot get lower than third place right now.
Nice.
I know that if you're talking to them, they're definitely not aiming for third. Definitely aiming for that first place seat there as well.
So I think I have one more question. Ziggy, you are set to face Team First Blood. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow you are going to go up against Team First Blood. You have a message for Team First Blood?
I only have to say that this tourney is ours, and we're gonna win. That's
Quite the
love it.
words, the confidence and the confidence coming out from those words there. Thank you so much for the interview, Ziggy. We really appreciate it, and an excellent victory by you guys tonight.
Gracias, Ziggy.
Thank you, and thank you for the time. And you are great casters, and it's a big pleasure to me being here. So thank you for the interview, and have a good day.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Wise.
He's a great dude.
Yeah, you could tell the energy, man. It's so interesting to be able to get those interviews right after they win the matches. They're still oozing out that energy from the victory. That we've seen it from all of these guys. Nicolette yesterday, she was so nervous, and then the winners, Team First Blood, just earlier today. But man, what an amazing game! And I understand that people are like, it was a sweep there, but man, these games are so close, especially that last one, man, 30 minutes. That's not somebody really getting dominated. That is just the patience starting to pay off. Cause there was still a good plan by Team Sexy. It just, the execution was better on the side of New Wave.
Yeah, no. Team Sexy drafted a hero lineup that was not very 2022, so the fact that they took it that far was amazing.
Yeah, that's what's crazy about it, is a Hayabusa that was able to go that far into it. But unfortunately, in the end, it was New Wave kind of sticking to the plan, that discipline paying off. But guys, we're gonna need our own break from that match. It was so much excitement there, so we're gonna toss it off to the one and only Assassin Dave.
Thank you, Private Dancer. Thank you, Leo. That was an incredible cast. What a match. I really thought we are going to go to a 2-1 series here to answer the question of the day, because, guys, I answered yes in the chat. So that was interesting that it didn't actually go to 2-1 series. And the teams actually got a few chances that they could have wrapped it up. But I guess in those crossroads, in those very exciting and just, confusing moments, and you make one wrong choice and you get heavily punished, especially in a team who claim they're better than most teams in North America. Oh my God, I love the confidence the New Wave is projecting here in the North America region. What a showdown from the two teams. Team Sexy from the Resilience and Team New Wave. Just what a game, what a comeback after all. The patience and find the right moment to strike. But ladies and gentlemen, before we get on a break, we still have one best out of 3 tonight, featuring the match 1 in the loser bracket, in the match 3 in the total bracket of the final stage. Meta taking on Team Sexy. Yes, one team will be eliminated tonight from the final stage of the Challenger tournament. Who is gonna stay? Who is gonna leave? We'll find out after this break. But I got a special surprise. I don't know if somebody already noticed, but on the other side of me on screen, there is a giveaway code, and only 10 people who redeemed it right now with the link in description can get it. Yes, it's 200 diamonds for the first 10 players who redeem it with the code using the link in description. So I don't know if the code is still valid, because at this point I've talked a lot and I think the code has probably been redeemed. I know Private probably get on that, while we're talking about it. So you guys better hurry up and use the code and use the link to get your diamond, get your prizes. Big shout out to the developers, the courtesy of the dev for our lovely viewers. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and take a short break. Again, don't go anywhere, get yourself comfortable, because we'll be right back for the one and final match of tonight to find out who will stay for the top 3 battle and who will be eliminated. Have a awesome break. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Starscream, and now the leader of the Decepticons.
Do as I command.
Yes, yes, Master.
Less talk, more work. Autobot presence detected. Megatron, do you read?
I'll crush you with my bare hands. Autobots, roll out!
We'll give them the fight of their lives.
They must be terminated.
Prime told me there'd be days like this.
One shall stand, one shall fall. Join them in extinction! You wrong, and you ugly too! Dinobots, attack!
Decepticons, retreat.
You are a fool, Megatron! Starscream in pursuit!
Prioritize turrets. I've got morons on my team. You fail me yet again, Starscream.
Old friend, you kept this planet safe. You truly are a worthy Autobot. Good work.
die. Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on its chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's breaking the mirror. This our emerald. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than here. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than here. Stay together, let it go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for your patience. And thank you for the wait. We are back with one last match of today. The elimination match, I would say, between the two fantastic teams, Team Meta and Team Sexy. Only one team got to proceed to battle for the top 3 tomorrow, and the other team, unfortunately, will have to pack it up in their own home, stay in their home, and watch the tournament instead of playing in the tournament. Who will stay and who will play? We'll find out in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not redeemed the code, I think the code is over, by the way, but if you have not, it's your time to lay out your predictions in the chat. Who are you supporting for this upcoming match? Is it Team Sexy? Is it Meta? Who knows? Let us know in the chat. Talk to your community. Now, our incredible casters, our handsome casters, are ready to bring you guys this exciting match. The one last match of the night. Before we send you to the caster's desk, make sure to follow our incredible casters on their social media, aka the Leo from all the way other side of the globe to come support the North America tournament, as well as our very own private dancer, the king of all potatoes, the sexiest of them all. The English is so hard to say. Oh my god. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, our players are ready. I'm gonna quickly send it over to our incredible caster's desk.
Welcome, North America. The last series of the night in the Nights Not Over bracket here right now. We're going to be seeing, it's going to be Team Meta taking on Team Sexy here. And it's been a long journey to get here. Such impressive matches, especially just tonight alone, the matches, the intensity. But sadly, the journey ends for one team here in this series.
It's difficult to imagine either of these two teams going home. Team Sexy have been in the scene for so long, and they were in our grand finals last season, but just the same, Team Meta played so well all throughout up until the top 4 where they met their match in Team First Blood. But also, it's very hard to imagine a sexier potato than you, Private. If ever existed. I'm afraid to imagine other potatoes much like you. But just the same, looking at what these two teams bring to the table, Team First Blood made quick work of Meta, and I did not expect that. I actually was super impressed at how diverse Meta's playstyle was out of the knockout stage. But here in the top 4, they have to evolve ever so quickly, so drastically, because Team Sexy, they played a very difficult game just mere moments ago, right? Against New Wave, they went 32 minutes. Private, they went 32 minutes. And whenever I play 32-minute games, I am tilted out of my mind. What more a team that played so well, played so hard like Team Sexy. Given they have been doing this for quite a while, given they are way, way better than me, they have more talent in their pinky than I do my whole body for MLBB, but they have to not just fight their opponents in meta, but themselves as well. They have to reset so hard.
Yeah, this is the time to take those deep breaths. Let that just cleanse yourself of that loss. I know it was 30 minutes, but this is the time to kind of reset and get back in there. But we're gonna go ahead. We are ready to get into the ban phase for this match. Team Meta taking on Team Sexy here, and hopefully the nerves. We know that Meta's had a little bit of a time to kind of adjust to it. Team Sexy needs to find that inner peace within themselves as we move into this banning phase. And we're gonna start things off with a Faramis ban.
Makes sense. Something tells me Meta may have missed out their first ban, given that it is Sexy on the swing back. So maybe it's Meta who's skipping a beat. Maybe it's Meta who's behind a step or two. Unless no, at this stage in the game, and given how hard our players are going, you don't want to let go of a ban. This is odd.
Yeah, interesting for the side of meta here. It does look like they are able to kind of recoup there. We do see that Clint ban coming in there, so maybe an issue with 6 right now. But I mean, right now we do see that Clint ban coming in there. Interestingly enough, because we haven't really seen too much of Clint in this so far. I mean, it is a favorite of Gold's. Maybe not a favorite, but it is something he does pick up often. Maybe trying to kind of like take away something that's comfortable for him, trying to get into the mind of Team Sexy here to take away those picks that they can like lay back with and be more soothed with.
Yeah, it's not a first though to see the Clint get banned. New Wave does the same thing. They did it in game number 1. It was a first ban, literally first ban for New Wave in their game 1. And in game 2, New Wave did the same thing. So they might be on the same page. They might understand the fact that, yeah, no, Clint is a menace in the current meta. But look at this. Meta takes out Warrior's Grok. Oh man, Warrior's been having a tough night.
Yeah, and tougher still. I mean, he's made some leaps and bounds. He's been one of the players that I've been watching here from the side of Team Sexy. He has made such huge, I want to say, steps forward with this team and their synergy. And like, it's been one of my talking points about Team Sexy is the amount that lays on Warrior's shoulder here. And I mean, if anybody's gonna be able to get around it and anybody's gonna be able to pull through tonight, it's gonna be him because of the amount of work that he's been putting in on this team so far. But as a first pick, we are hovering, teasing. Okay, that's definitely not, that was definitely not going to happen. So we might be dancing around here for a Esmeralda first pick. We do still have some of that harassment still up on the board, not banned away yet.
Yeah, and again, one of the pillars of NAMLBB, they get their hands on the Esmeralda. I was going to say Karina's still open, but instead they close up and secure their jungle in Balmond. So they give best player a safer hero, like a hero that has a better go into the mid, into the late game. So I guess it's how they recover from their game 2 against New Wave. And they give Nicolette one of her signature heroes, and again, most mages are her signature heroes, and they pick up the Lunox. An answer, though, by meta, a little closer to what the meta dictates, the Eve.
Yeah, that Eve just become such a crucial role for teams right now. Ever since her coming in to Mobile Legends, Eve has just been a staple of any type of team play right now. For a lot of these teams, it just depends on your ability to protect her, your ability to kind of get out of those stuns. And as I mentioned that, and this is like a signature Atlas open that we usually see. If he's open before we go into the second ban phase, you're gonna see him picked up, followed closely behind by a Diggy ban.
Yep, and if they don't ban the Diggy here, I don't think there's room for them to pick it up. Unless this is a gold lane Lunox, and then yeah, no, it's as simple as it is. It's as simple as we thought it would be. So that being said, Team Sexy still has their gold lane and their XP lane open. Meta looking to fill in the jungle and the roam. And actually, something I learned recently in NA, I'm not sure if the rest of the meta and the rest of the world will follow, but it seems like saving that roamer for that last phase pick is super important. You notice that too, Private? Is super key.
Well, the roams have been like just it comes down to what you're doing. Like you have one of two paths that you're going down. You're either picking a roamer that's going to help with these sets, that's going to be making those fatal links, those Tyrant's Rage, or that Numenon Blast, or you're going to be going with something that is going to give you that harassment, that offensive early game power with the Franco, a Masha, or something in there. So I mean, and that's a big thing for these teams right now is, especially if you're not going to pick up the Atlas early, then you're going to have to, then you're definitely going to be kind of trying to feel out and build and see where the weakness comes in from your team to kind of fill out where you're going to pit that roaming, what you're going to go for that with that roaming pick.
Oh, and speaking of roaming picks, Meta is considering what they're gonna leave open, what they're gonna give over. The Dire's still out there. Instead, they would rather get rid of the Thams that might match up against Annie's Esmeralda. And here we see Rimuru pick up one of his signatures, one of his favorites, the Uranus. And now the answer back for Meta. They need a roamer. I like the Akai here, Private. I like how Akai is coming back as a main roamer now. Previously more of a jungler. I like how he might be a roamer here. And, oh no, wait. He is going to be a jungler. Huh. Again, very blacklist. I wonder if this is going to be their winning formula. But no, they're facing off against an Atlas. This is going to be very hard.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting too. Looks like we are teasing that Ube strat again here. We saw how well that Team First Blood was able to counter that. Yeah, but they are going to go ahead, trade that out for a little bit more mobility. Still keeping that sustain in there, but are going to get that mobility picked up with that Rafaela. But man, what a thick like a bowl of oatmeal lineup that we have on the side of Team Sexi here. And especially, and they took out the main, I want to say, weakness for these is that Linux pick there along with it.
Oh look, Private, Team Sexy taking a leaf out of New Wave's book. They're playing Atlas and Bruno. This is how fast they learn. This is what beat us about 15 minutes ago. We're gonna use it now, and I can see how it's gonna work out for them, because what better way to bounce back from a defeat than by using that which beat you. So I'm with Team Sexy here in theory, but it looks like Meta knew what they were doing. I don't think they would draft this way into an Atlas. I don't think they would force an Ube, so they also dodged a bullet in that case.
Yeah, we're going to see how well, but we are starting off this first game. Team Meta and Team Sexy going at it in the go big or go home bracket right now. This is going to be game one.
Yeah, and Nicolette already taken to less than half health.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming onto her. She is going to be able to disengage there, and this is kind of the problem sometimes with that early game Linux. Until you can kind of hit that mid-game charge with her, she's going to be having a problem kind of laning against that aggression that you're seeing in Rimuru, taking a lot of damage there already. Maybe a little bit more aggression than he was hoping for there at the bottom lane.
Top lane, it's gonna be a tag team match, gold laner and roamer, and then the jungler moves in. And this is one thing I noticed about Mikasa. Much like Ziggy of New Wave, again, I can't help but compare these Eve players with each other. They like to roam very fast. And oh, look at this!
Yeah, spin is down onto best player, and he is going to be able to get away there. They don't suffer a loss of life there. Are going to go ahead and recoup, lick, and be able to lick their wounds. But we do have 20 seconds left on this turtle. We do see the wave being cut by Rimuru on this Uranus. Always so aggressive on his XP laners. Likes to kind of go ahead and cut those lanes, get deep into the side of his opponents here.
Yep, damage ain't there quite yet. Could have sworn there was going to be a kill top, but Gold nor Nicolette was ready with the damage just yet, so there wasn't anything there to be found. Close, but not quite. Lord here, hard to fight against best player, especially on a Balmond early game. Top, though, seems to be the trade. Oh, Gold's in trouble.
Yeah, we do see that Gold is taking a little bit. We do see that real world manipulation coming out. A dash and a flicker. Is Gold going to be able to get away? We do see 6 onto the chase. Maybe going a little too deep. Is going to take that stun. Look at the damage coming down. And 6 may be a little greedy for that, but a great bait out by Gold there.
Turnaround instead. Great use of the flicker. So I think there was a discussion in chat and amongst our circles between Sprint versus Flicker, and that was one way that maybe Flicker is so much better. I think that is one thing that Sprint's missing out. Like, you can be aggressive more oftentimes with Flicker than with Sprint, but do note there have been times I use Sprint to catch up to team fights. So yeah, no, here specifically is a concrete example of how Flicker can still be in the meta.
I feel like Flicker provides that surprise effect of being able to like maximize some distance, whereas Sprint is a more sustained. You know, Sprint's coming up. We do see a little bit of engagement here. Six is going to go ahead and latch on, and Best Player is going to go ahead and support this top lane here, but not much happening here. Nicolette is taking a lot of damage here. We do see that real world manipulation coming down. Warrior coming in on that Atlas. Are they going to be able to take Mikasa? We do see that brilliance come out, and down goes Mikasa, but Warrior in a little bit of trouble here. We do see that Fatal Link's coming out with the flicker, but not enough as Warrior goes down here. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but quickly that turns into a 2-for-1 trade as down goes Nicolette, and the score right now is tied up at 2-2 as we move into the 4-minute mark.
Yep, Team Sexy only able to maintain this about 1,000 gold lead because of their major objectives. But look at this. This is the potential. This is what Team Sexy could present in the mid to the late game once they get their items. But Meta, ever so eager to answer back. I'm wondering where the damage came from. And am I right to say that a lot of it came from Howl? This is a lethal Kai. This is some Kung Fu Panda stuff. Call him Jack Black.
Yeah, we do see that heavy spin coming down, but Kai a little deep there, especially in the early game. Kai with that health-based damage he does is just so lethal, but we do see maybe a little bit of a fall-off usually as we move into the mid and into the late game, but that's where you start using that heavy spin more often to kind of disrupt those engagements. We do see the lanes starting to crash in down at the bottom here, though.
Yeah, that's what makes Akai so good, at least when he was in his prime. Now I'd say I'd put him at like maybe A-, B tier. Oh, Six is in trouble! Back to what I was saying, right? Gold got his kill. He also disrupts. So now Sirius might even bite the dust as well. And yeah, Nicolette's so good at this. Oh, the tip of the lethal counter. Let me talk about Akai, please. There you go, see? He gets these split kills. And if you can catch people with a heavy spin like this, you're so good. But oh man, both teams are just trading. What?
Yeah, this is just going to keep on going here right now. Not even giving you a chance to take a breath there. We did see a little bit of a wide lethal counter there, but man, Team Sexy right now, them being able to play off of each other and supporting each other's engagements, the cleanup that they're able to do to kind of cover some of those mistakes. So they've obviously shaken off. Oh, dang, I can't even speak English right now. They've taken out that whatever they might have felt from the last game, and they have shown that they have come here to play.
Yeah, and so far we are still at even. Team Sexy grew that 1K gold lead I mentioned earlier to about 2,000 now, but Meta is catching up. So Meta better at positioning, oddly enough, despite Warrior being an Atlas, and Team Sexy much better at just presenting damage. They're just able to close out these fights. So here's what I'm thinking: the potential for Warrior and his catches are so much better. So maybe Team Sexy, we can see them do much better once they find those positions.
We do see Tailings coming out there, does catch Howl. He might be in a little bit of trouble. Brilliance has been activated by this Linux and is trying to put the damage onto Mikasa. In trouble here, does get taken down here. That is a 2-for-0 trade in favor of Team Sexy. We do see that Falling Star Moon does come onto Annie, but down goes Six as well. Annie in a little bit of trouble here. Is she going to be able to get away? Do we still? Oh, dodges the lethal counter from Best Player, but this zone out, they have accomplished what they set out for. They took down that mid tower as off screen we see Sirius get taken out.
Oh, I love it. What Mikasa could not dodge, Annie just weaved right through, and they could not save that tier 1 turret, but they walked away with much more than they could have lost. Team Sexy, they're out for blood. I love that the frustration of game 2 against New Wave turned into this aggression. It turned into relentless fighting, but not for gold. anybody can be as aggressive or as gung-ho as they want to be, except for Gold. You watch yourself up top.
Yeah, we see Nicolette in a little bit of trouble. Is going to have to activate that Brilliance. I'm not sure if she's going to be able to get out of the way. Does use the flicker. Is she going to be able to get away? Gets just outside of that real-world manipulation. So a great play by Team Sexy. I was a little questioning there, but of course we are talking about Nicolette here.
Yep, Nicolette got to the tip of that real-world manipulation. And again, if there's an NA team that can make you once more a believer in Flicker, it's Team Sexy.
Yes, using it to the max of its abilities. We do see that fatal, that lethal counter coming down. Fatal Links is blocked out as we do see the Purify. We do have a blazing duet, but the wave of the world comes out from the side of Team Sexy to go ahead and distance. It's Warrior in a little bit of trouble, but I mean, you're taking down a tank here as the Lord comes up. So not the best position is Team Sexy, but they're going to be able to recoup that loss with another tower.
I was gonna say that wasn't very poggers of you, Warrior, but it made sense. He bought time for Gold and Nicolette to take down that tier 1 up top. He gave his life for the greater good, but now Lord fight breaking out. Who's he gonna go to?
Yeah, we do see it picked up by Team Sexy there. Best player, you cannot compete with that Retry and lethal counter Fu from best player, as he's going to be able to get out of their Fatal Links because come down onto Annie, is going to be able to get away. Sirius taken down there as Nicolette is able to Brilliance away, but falling Star Moon up at the top. Annie goes down saved by Gold there. What a miraculous play there as Ramumu diving into the tower on top of it. This is all Team Sexy right now.
Private, he's not bronze, he's not silver, he's gold. Clutch, he was holding on to the necks of Warrior and best player. They both could have died right then and there, but he kicked the balls in the right direction with the right velocity, angle, and speed, and he saved his team's life. And now they're pushing in for an inhibitor. That's how amazing Team Sexy is. That's how well they bounce back. And again, I was talking about Gold, how he should watch himself. All right, you know what? Let loose, my friend. Let loose, young man. You are a Bruno. You are arguably one of the best marksman heroes in the game, late game. And we're approaching just that point. They're starting to steal buffs.
Yeah, they're starting to steal buffs and getting a great value out of that Lord. They pick up 2 towers here, but they are not done. We do see a lot of damage, but very wisely, checking them out, they do disengage here. They're not going to continue if there's nothing they're going to be able to get out with. They already succeeded. They got 2 towers and great discipline by the side of Team Sexy.
Yep, so far, let's check out the items here. Genius 1, Clock of Destiny on Nicolette. Onwards, I believe, more damage. Looking at this tank, Balmond on best player. Over for meta, we see that, yeah, Mikasa in trouble more often than they'd like to be in, so they're building some defense. And for the Akai, for Howl, still tank build. Look into that Antique Keras in just a bit. Interesting. Look at 6. First main item is that Thunderbelt.
Yeah, that is interesting pickup for 6 there. I mean, I guess trying to make sure about the defense, especially because of how, I mean, we're at 7-11 right now, just trying to make sure that they can help support some of the disengages for Team Meta here. It's going to be interesting here too, where as we start moving later into this game, we're going to start seeing Claude maybe having a little bit more of an impact on these matches, but we are so close to a 10K gold gap, as you can see here. Like I said, it's been all, oh my god, we do see that stun coming in onto 6, but that heavy spin is activated and trying to zone out that Bruno. And look at how low he is right now. He needs to get away. He is going to try to disengage, but he has nowhere to go. And Howl able to pick up the kill as we have a real world manipulation, a slugfest happening down here as the Brilliance is activated. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get away, but he dashes in. That might have been a mistake. Sirius goes down for the side of Team Meta here. It is a 1-for-1 trade right now, but Annie coming in deep onto there as they are trying to take down 6-6, able to get away. Rimuru, though, is not able to pick up that kill, but it does look like Team Sexy taking this opportunity to take down. Oh! It was just picked up, stolen by Howl! Oh no, as a Brilliance gets activated, but the battle has already been won. Heavy spin coming down onto best player. Is he going to be able to get away? Lethal counter ends Howl for right now as he finds a quick route back to the base. And right now, the Lord is coming out. It's a Luminous Lord as well, but Team Meta kind of in an off-put here. We do see it, the Falling Star Moon coming down, and they are going to be able to pick off Warrior. So, man, just a huge amount of damage. Nicolette in a little bit of trouble here. Does activate that brilliance. This is not the position you want to be at. She does try to flicker. Is this going to be enough? It's not. She's going to get cleaned up by Annie here. And right now, they were able to use this kind of as a distraction so that they were able to pick off the Lord up at top.
Nicolette DD, she tried. Lord knows she did. But again, much like Warrior earlier on, gave herself up for the greater good to give Gold time to take down that Lord up top. I didn't notice, honestly, and that's, I guess, responsible for that big fat wave that Mikasa has to deal with. But just the same, Team Sexy is still in the lead. Team Sexy is in the lead despite Meta, especially Howl. Specifically Howl coming in honestly, oh so honestly stealing that Lord. If I'm not mistaken, he timed the retribution and the lethal counter by best player and then just clicked his own. It was literally that simple.
Yeah, just an amazing play there. The retri fu that we've seen been the game changer. Oh my God, look at the chunking damage coming on there. We do see Warrior kind of come in there now. Is getting taken down. We do see that real world manipulation coming down and putting on the damage. All of Team Sexy getting taken dangerously low. Howl is going to have to disengage. Gold in a little bit of a bad way. Is he going to be able to get away? He is not, but trading him for Mikasa now as we do see Warrior getting taken down as well. So that is a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Meta, but I'm not sure. Oh my God, look at the damage from Sirius onto Rimuru. He's thinking twice about this engagement, but we do have Nicolette kind of hiding in that bush. And right now, maybe not the best engagement for Team Sexy there.
Yep, Team Sexy lost 2-1, but they still have quite a bit of the map left here. And I think best player made the best call he could. Like, just back out, clear the rest of the waves. And here, he has to struggle. It's a 2v3 situation. So far, they're holding on to this mid lane tier 1. I guess this is tier 1 in mid that allows them to get these free lords, or at least a free go at the Lord. We don't talk about that last Lord quite as much if you're Team Sexy. But yeah, no, the fact that they have this tier 1 allows them to overextend into these major objectives. So yeah, it's going well for the Balmond play. Fatal links into a spin!
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the target you wanted there as the heavy spin does come out. Mikasa trying to support it. We do see a Brilliance coming out in the back line, though. Rimuru trying to latch onto Mikasa. We see a Falling Star Moon is a little wide, but they are doing their job. They're trying to zone out for this Lord. We do see in the back Rimuru. We do have the flank onto Meta here, but the rest of Team Sexy is starting to disengage. This isn't the fight that they want right now. They are trying to reposition here. And man, right now, just so much going on. Everybody trying to be so careful. We do have a Blazing Duet coming in there right now. Fatal links onto Sirius, who is going to be able to get back there. But that lethal counter does go wide. 6 goes down. The real world manipulation, able to take down Warrior right now. Howl is on the chase. Nicolette goes down as well. And this Lord looks like Meta is in a prime position to be able to get onto this Lord. But here comes the rest of Team Sexy. They are not done with the fight. They are still trying to get into a good position for it. Even though best player kind of not in the best position right now. Annie taking a lot of damage here, but look at best player getting slowed by that Eve and that Ice Queen wand right now. So man, the damage he's taking right now because of that slow, he's not able to get in and out of those situations as he would like to.
Yep, the fact that Team Sexy is arguably the more sustainable lineup given how they have a Lunox, a Balmond, all of them actually can go forever except for Gold. Meta, the fact that Meta has that disruption, that split with the real world manipulation and the heavy spin, and 6 on the healing with the Rafaela makes all of these punishes by Meta all the more important, and it shrinks that lead that Team Sexy had. So yeah, this team fight right now in the jungle before this Luminous Lord is a nothing team fight, because we all know that it's the Lord that they want, and Rimuru is buying time, but it's not.
Yeah, we do see that Warrior is trying to go in there, trying to buy time for his team. They are able to pick up the Lord, but they lose 2 in the process. So you have to think about what type of value you're going to be getting out of this Lord, even though it is a Luminous. At the very most, I want to say Team Sexy has bought themselves just a little bit of breathing room.
Yep, Team Sexy at least has that tier 1 turret still standing, but given the way the past couple of team fights have gone, and again, that fact that I mentioned, that the team fights, if Meta has their ults, are more likely to win, and again, that's so weird to say, given that they have an Atlas, Team Sexy, their opponent has an Atlas, it's so weird because look, they took 2 turrets all the way in! They might even get a penetration. No, they won't. They respect Warrior's ult. Oh, Team Sexy pushing them out.
Yeah, and right now, this as we move into the mid game, we do see the Fatal Links does come down. 6 is going to be able to get out of the way. We are still trying to fight this as Team Sexy is able to pick up that purple buff, but right now Rimuru taking a heap of damage. Even with all of this sustain, Team Sexy having a rough time in some of these mid to late game now team fights that we're getting into, especially with having Sirius being able to cut into them so well.
Yeah, so the fact that Sirius hasn't hit his stride quite yet, he is threatening a lot of damage, yes. And the fact that he is a Vengeance Claude makes it all the more a dive-specific Claude. Allows for Team Sexy to, again, also have to respect meta. So now, 16 to 15, 56 to 58k, it couldn't get any closer than this. The fact that both teams aren't penetrated yet makes their juggle across the map all the more significant. Watch out though, Warrior.
Yeah, Warrior does use that Fatal Links. He does collect, but we do see that disengage again. Nicolette in a bad way here does activate that Brilliance, but is she going to be able to get away? Does use that Flicker, but we do see how following closely behind. Down goes Nicolette right now. Rimuru is trying to lead the team away to try to protect gold and best player. We do see that Flicker activated there right now, and a little bit of a problem here for Rimuru. He might want to think about getting out of this engagement. He's just, or not. He's just going to keep on popping. The Consecration is there to get topped up, but man, right now we do see him. Oh yeah, he pops that Consecration and is able to kind of scoot out of the way, but the tanking that he's able to do right now is just so immense.
Oh, why? 3v1, he doesn't even care. And he has more health to spare too. Rimuru, you monster. 3-1-4. The only other player who is deathless for Team Sexy is best player, and he's been playing very safe on this Balmond, to be fair. But no, there's a lot that Rimuru can do here. So given how meta is splitting the map with the heavy spin and the real world manipulation, that's what Rimuru presents. So again, the yin and yang, the 50-50s.
Oh, we do see a big Fatal Links trying to come out here, and the entire team is on there. Warrior getting taken down from that real world manipulation as Sirius able to put on some deep damage. Gold is going to have to disengage there. 6, look at the damage right now. It does pop that immortality, a little bit of a bait as he's able to come in and take down Nicolette and Rimuru in a bad way here. This is not the fight that Team Sexy wants, especially with the Luminous Lord. 21 minutes, we are past the 18-minute mark, and they are going to have a rough go if Team Meta is able to recover this Lord. Best player is hiding up in that bush. He is looking like he wants to get an opportunity to come in onto this Lord. Is he going to be able to find it? He's not. We do see heavy spin, able to put him down. Best player trying to come in. He's not going to be able to reach it. He comes out, but he's taken down by Mikasa. He wasn't able to get into the distance he wanted for that Lord steal.
I love it. He came, he saw, and then he died because Meta was not having any of it. And I could not hold my chuckles back. They were letting it rip, making like Beyblades, heavy spin to that Balmond spin. Oh, I love it. But no Warrior! So close, but not quite. This Lord here by Meta has the thunder, the lightning, the jump, and the swings. So it's very, very difficult right now. But Team Sexy, they have to hold on. They have to hunker down. This could be the defense of a lifetime, Private.
Yeah, we do see all the minions coming out here to try to help support this defense here right now. Rimuru is going to have to disengage here as the rest of Team Meta are cleaning up this minions. They have a wave coming, but it is very far away, and it looks like the safer bet for Team Meta is to go ahead and disengage this, move on to the other towers. You can see that there are minions coming up to the top and to the bottom as Annie's going to go ahead and pick apart this one at the bottom. We are left to 2 inhibitors on the side of Team Sexy. We do see, look at that disengage again. Howl with that heavy spin. Warrior in trouble here. Real world manipulation comes down with that fatal links. It doesn't really catch too many as Mikasa able to clean it up, but down goes 6. Gold follows though and does get taken down. Serious there, and oh my god, this is a 4v3 right now, and we have waves crashing into the inhibitor towers. Bottom inhibitor tower goes down. Best player's trying to clean up the top, but he has to worry about this parade of minions at the bottom. Best player in a little bit of trouble is going to go ahead and try to dash down as Rimuru going to go ahead and use that tanking ability, try to clean up the rest of the waves. And Team Sexy still has a little bit of trouble heading their way. We do have a little bit of minions, but it looks like Meta is going to go ahead and disengage.
The much needed discipline that Meta is showing here. They could have forced it. Again, I was so afraid that they might have overcommitted already by having these 3 chunky heroes force the issue and stay inside Team Sexy's base. But look, here might be their downfall, because Warrior means business. To jump in, look at the back lines!
Yeah, they saw that opening from Mikasa, and then Sirius. Look at, they tried to get onto Sirius. They have tunnel vision. Down goes Annie, but right now, best player in a bad way right now. Gets taken out by Howl here, but we are 3 members on to Howl, and he trades his life for that Balmon kill as well. And this is 3-1 kills right now. It is a 2v4 right now in favor of Team Sexy. They are looking to push this wave into the towers right now.
Sexy is more likely to finish. Sexy can finish. Warrior doesn't have an ult though. They have gold. If gold just tower locks, it could be GG. And the answer back, Blazing Duet.
See that fatal links does come in there. Sirius isn't gonna take him down. He does, but we have the minions trying to save the day. Are these minions? Look at the damage onto the tower. Is this the game over right now? It's a full team wipe on Team Meta. 7 seconds until Mikasa can get in. So he's gonna be here before these minions get here. Are we gonna be able to use this real world manipulation to go ahead and shut it down? It's not gonna be enough as Team Sexy takes game 1 of this against Team Meta.
Oh, must be cathartic for Sexy to take this game and go into match point. 1 more win to eliminate Meta. They've been here for so long for a reason, man. They are one of the bastions of NAMLBB, and I'm so glad to see them recover. I'm so glad to see them get back into their heads, reset, and reclaim victory. It took him about, what, 25 minutes? So close to the 32-minute mark from just earlier tonight, but all the more reason that they should be celebrating. Look at the participation by Nicolette. She was there for almost 100%. She missed just a few fights.
Yeah, I mean, amazing too, and to kind of sink that was, I mean, Warrior was having a little bit of a rough go throughout that matchup, kind of getting caught, getting slowed down and not able to get away, but able to recover, redeem himself as that last push. You saw that Team Meta overstayed their welcome at the tower, putting on that real world manipulation, trying to get down that last inhibitor. You saw Warrior, saw the opening, went in there, and was able to get that fatal links chased down, Eve, and got that fatal links, which created the opening that Team Sexy needed to go for that final push.
Yeah, Team Sexy held back their final assault. They, how do I say, held on to their last bit of overcommitment. They timed it so well. Again, both teams here specifically, this is not what I was expecting from Meta. Let me just say, honestly, coming from my own personal opinion, sincerely, I could have sworn Meta was going to play more disciplined, especially here in the not so dead yet bracket. But now they're one game away from actually being dead in NACT summer. So again, the Atlas really wasn't even the Achilles heel, wasn't even the real kryptonite. It was more the fact that when Sexy wanted you to commit, you did, and when it mattered the most is when you faltered. So those death timers really, even the 3 seconds left before Mikasa came in, I knew it was over. There was no way he was gonna defend against 4.
Yeah, I mean, proving that not only having the stamina in game with the heroes and the sustain, but having the stamina in their mind to kind of stay and wait for those openings. Because I mean, honestly, it was an opening made by Meta. Without that opening, I mean, it was basically going to be all Team Meta through the second half of that game. But they were patient, they saw it, and once they saw it, they took advantage of it. And that just goes to show, especially with these longer games, you need to find that I don't know, you need to find that happy place that kind of keeps you disciplined throughout the entirety, because especially when you get that late, all it takes is one fight, one misstep, one person who dies or checks the wrong bush, and you've just given your enemy the upper hand.
Yeah. I was about to say as well, besides the fact that I'm sure it's less Meta letting go and more Sexy just holding on, right?
Your team is
It also came down to the draft. Real quick, maybe, just maybe, that missed ban earlier may have played a role, so that allowed the Balmond and the Atlas and the Uranus and the... You know, I'm not sure. A lot of these heroes, half of the heroes on the side of Sexy are not even meta, so are not even as popular. So I'm guessing that may not have been as big of a factor. But now I'm glad to see the team Sexy and Meta, both of them are back to 100%. They're both paying attention as much. So that being said, going into game number 2's draft, we see the Faramis, the Julian ban. There's something with this Clint. There really is something with this Clint.
Yeah, they really just don't want to see it. And I mean, we talked a little earlier about maybe having nerves coming off of that last game because you lost it in the series. But maybe on the opposite side of that, you have Team Sexy who was already warmed up, who was already kind of in the motion of playing the games. So they already had that momentum in their favor. They had that warm up, whereas Team Meta had a little bit of time to kind of ice out and maybe not be as fluid as they wanted to, because they didn't just play games like 10 minutes earlier. So, I mean, maybe another factor to consider for that as well. But we are going to go ahead and see Claude taken off the table here. Man, like I said, it's just, I mean, maybe not a lot coming out of him. I think last game it was 27% damage, but he was able to do, it was a whopping 46% turret damage by him as well. So he wasn't getting all the kills. He was taking some deaths, but he was still having a very big effect. And we've talked about it too, like these skilled Claude players right now, it's just been game changing right now. And I'm interested to see because that was taken off the table, but we're going to go ahead and get that comfort pick right away for Nicolette with that Linux.
Oh, are we teasing here the triumphant return of Mr. Magic Man, half of the magical boogeyman duo, alongside Julian, who is in the first phase bans? Interesting. The real threat here, when it comes to Savior, is the range. So now that they banned the Eve, and they see that it's a Lunox that Sexy is drafting here, it shows that they have to force out. They have to force out something that can close the gap, unless it's now, we just hyped something that's not gonna happen anyways. I hate it. I'm sad. Just kidding. Savior is not in the meta for a reason.
All right, we do see Sirius picking up that Beatrix. Man, I know they did take the L for the last game, but Sirius had such an effect on that last game with his marksman there, and we do see him picking up this Beatrix, such a skilled pickup as well, and this Annie on this Masha. There is a lot of harassment that you can provide there right now, especially in this early game, and on the side of Sexy, we only see kind of scaling heroes right now. Oh, and as I say that, I'm gonna have to correct myself there. We are teasing this Franco into Grok, and we don't. I'm not even gonna say anything here right now because I think they're playing with my emotions. But last match, the Grok was banned out, so there wasn't. They wouldn't have the risk for it. But Warrior's gonna go ahead and pick that up now as we are waiting for that last pick on the side of Team Meta here. That's gonna take us. That's gonna pave the way for us to get into this second ban phase. And we are just kind of waiting here. I do like the Grok pick just because of the early of how much it can provide. He does kind of, for me personally, I feel like there is a bit of a hole or a little bit of a crack in the armor now that he does not provide that magic defense. So you're gonna have to buy that out yourself. And then we see Howl picking up this Balmond.
Yeah. So the fact that Howl took away best players, Balmond, maybe puts best player here at a mindset where, okay, so what do I play now, right? He did so well on the Balmond game 1 earlier. It took a while, yes, but they won nonetheless. Now, Balmond is on Meta's side, and they might have a better go at the early to mid game. My question is, or what this shows us is, possibly Meta might not want the game to go so long. Meta might want to have a cleaner game, because I think that's what happened in game number 1 is both teams were just so eager to give team fights back and forth, and eventually Meta learned from that. It's like, no, that's not how we should go. We can't outgun Team Sexy, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's a good point too. If you try, like, especially because these longer games, it becomes, unfortunately, like once you, especially last series, a 30-minute match. Of course, it's coming down to who's going to make the first mistake that the people are going to be able to capitalize. Especially when you get up to this tier, this level of playing, it always comes down. It's always going to be those crisp teams versus another crisp team. So it's going to come down to who makes the first mistake there, and they're trying to kind of close that gap. They don't want it to go too much later there. I do like it. It's starting to look like a lot more of an early game comp on the side of Meta here versus kind of a scaling from the side of Team Sexy. So we're going to see how well that they can answer this here right now.
It's time to go to the Arid
The answers are slowly closing up. What kind of mid laner can they get that will go toe-to-toe with Nicolette, since they did take out the Sicilian and the Lilia? Are they gonna play a little bit, take a page out of New Wave's book, mid lane Alice? I think not. Selena now I kind of like. Again, you mentioned earlier how Grok no longer has that defense, magic defense with its passive, which was previously called Ancient Blessing. Now it's called Earth and Force. It's all about physical defense now. The Selena might be good. I don't know. Oh, are they hearing me? Meta, if you hear me, pick Selena.
Well, the interesting thing though about Selena is once Grok gets that magic defense, if he does get that magic defense, especially early, that passive that he has when he's next to a wall, he's going to be able to block a lot of those abyssal arrows from Mikasa.
Right,
yeah, he's gonna be able to block a lot of it. So it just depends on how well we're gonna be able to play this, or if it's gonna come down to those two, Mikasa and Warrior, and how they kind of fit into each other's plans here. Early game, I feel like there's gonna be a little bit of a problem for Grok being able to go in there and probably trying to dodge those abyssal arrows. But man, a Fanny pick. This is the first of the night, and I know a best player is great on Fanny, and this is a nice. I like the early game advantage. This is rounding out the composition with the scaled heroes that we see, and then the early game that you'll be able to see from best player. It just depends on how well he's going to be able to play into this comp, as we do see. A little bit of a tease over this Franco, which could very easily be able to shut down a Fanny.
I think they're just choosing between Kufra and Franco. I would have preferred the Franco. A much easier bite down, like punish best player much more, but I see why they don't. It sucks to hook a Grok or Koopa. So they'd rather just shrink that margin of error and just play the Kufra. So I get it. It's an okay answer to the Fanny, and I'm looking forward to how Team Sexy is going to play around that. Given that they played the Fanny Gambit and they want to go for the sweep here, they want to send meta home. I'm wondering how best player is going to rotate around the map.
Yeah, especially because I feel like Kufra does provide a little bit more team setup, team sets for his team rather than that Franco. I mean, you do get the hooks, and like you said, there are targets, especially something that they can't choose. If Team Sexy just decides to throw somebody else in front of there, I mean, there's nothing you can do to stop it. So a good choice, good pickup of the choices that were available there. I mean, a decent pickup for them, but we are here. Game 2. It is do or die time for Team Meta and Team Sexy right now, as we are moving into what could possibly be the last game of this series.
And not just that, but the last game for Meta in NACT Summer. So it's super crucial for them. The stakes have never been higher, especially for Meta. Team Sexy as well, they're going off of momentum. Again, a loss at 32, a win at 25. Hold up! Oh, we got burst down.
Yeah, she did. Best player just got caught by an abyssal arrow, and then the rest of Team Meta swooped in quick to pick up that kill.
That kill could not have come at a worse time. I didn't even notice who got the Little Wonder. Did he eventually? No, he didn't. He couldn't even get it. He just died straight up. Oh, okay. So at least Team Sexy confirmed it. At least Team Sexy gave Meta something else to think about. But still, an early death on a Fanny like that. At least better that it came now than later. Better it came now than at like again 25.
Just amazing right now. The ability to play Nicolette in a little bit of trouble here is going to try to back off there, but being able to land abyssal arrows onto like one of the most mobile heroes there, and almost landed it again down here at the bottom. Oh my God! It does catch the dog. So unlucky for them. That abyssal arrow does catch on there. Gold might be in a little trouble. Is able to get out of the way of that abyssal arrow, but we do have 4 members down here as the rest of Team Sexy looks to be going in onto this turtle, and it doesn't seem like Team Meta is in a position to really contest it. Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty easy Lord or turtle for the side of Team Sexy.
Yep, and so far again, that first blood on to best player. Really, he's shaking it off, doing well to recover. 6 1v1 against Warrior. These roamer fights. Wild Charge forcing out Sirius to not even spend his flicker, just roll out of the way. I'm wondering what Warrior's mindset is. Sexy has so much good CC, but now look, there's no Wild Charge to help confirm the kill onto Sirius or 6. I guess they have to buy time. Another arrow hits best player!
Yeah, what? An arrow still able to get it onto best player, and looks like Howl is able to pick up the kill. Nicolette is going to spend that brilliance and flicker out of the way. Warrior in some trouble, is able to get out of the way, but taken solo using that flicker to go ahead and catch some boots to get out of the way. Bro, right now, this Selena is on fire. The fact that he's able to land it on the most mobile hero of like the entire roster is absolutely amazing to me.
Again, look, through thick and thin, the angles set up for the revenge and rage from Six. And they take down Warrior one more time. He literally just got away. Mikasa gets the punish, swing back, and Gold's still alive, at least.
Yeah, for a little bit at least, and we do see Nicolette trying to come down here. He's going to try to zone out the rest of Team Meta, but they are going to be putting on some damage onto this bottom tower. Meanwhile, at top, it doesn't really look like that Masha's having too much of trouble, as the rotations from Esmeralda, she's going to go ahead and try to support through the mid, and then rotating back up top.
Yep. Very, very close match here, especially when it comes to net worth. Another combo onto Warrior. Ults from roam to roam.
Yeah, that Abyssal Arrow does catch the dog, unfortunately. And maybe a little bit of a problem there with the Abyssal... Man, just lobbing out Abyssal Arrows left and right. And we see Annie's going to go ahead and start this turtle for Howl on the other side of the map. Ooh. But Best Player is Best Player able to get in there even through a lethal counter and does pick up the kill onto Annie. So even though, Best Player just shaking off these Abyssal Arrows, does get killed, but comes back and answering back with kills of his own. So has 2 kills already, and they're going to go ahead and take off that gold plating for this tower.
Oh, look at that. Ching, ching, bling, bling. The net worth of Team Sexy skyrocketing despite being down on kills. They do have 100% turtle take rate, and Gold's in trouble.
Yeah, Gold does get taken out as the Brilliance does get activated there, but Howl is in a good position. We do see the stun! What was that? Was that an Abyssal Arrow that landed after the Brilliance that stunned out Nicolette? Oh, Warrior does catch another bit of damage there. Oh, we do see a wild charge followed up by the Flicker. Is going to be able to pick up the kill onto 6. Down goes Mikasa as well. And there you see Sirius taken down as well. Is that a triple for Best Player there?
Beautiful cutthroat. Best Player is, I believe, 1 kill away from maxing out the Festival of Blood. And once a Fanny has that much spell vamp, that much lifesteal sustainability, she could go in 1v2 reliably. There we saw Best Player go 1v3 and take the triple, if I'm not mistaken. And yes, it was indeed, Private, a triple. Look at this.
Yeah, as he comes in there, he's able to take down 2.
3.
Wow.
They call him Best Player for a reason.
Play. Yeah. Yeah. And Warrior does just get wide of that Abyssal Arrow. Up at the top, we do see Esmeralda trying to put on the damage as well to get them some room. Warrior in a little bit of trouble on 3 members here, and Howl is trying to disengage. Here comes Fanny. Best Player is going to be able to pick up the kill. Down goes Howl. 6 follows shortly after, and Meta is trying to disengage right now. They cannot contain this Fanny. Annie is trying to fight off Rimuru here as they turn their attention to this next turtle.
Still 100% turtle take rate for Sexy, and they don't like sharing. Another arrow caught by Best Player, giving Gold the turtle. Better to Gold than the opponents, right? So now it's Team Sexy in the driver's seat, more now than ever in tonight's matchup. I think in all the matches they played tonight, the past 2 minutes have been their game 100%, and it just sucks the Best Player got shut down there. Oh, very difficult. That's a lot of gold they gave over.
Yeah, Mikasa does go down as well. We're seeing, oh man, look at the damage. Rimuru is just sweeping through. Team Meta right now is so thick right now, and even higher than the gold laner right now. Is this Esmeralda. We're seeing them, a shot does go wide by Beatrix there. And right now, let's take a look at these items.
Rimuru, more like Rich Muru. He's on his way to an Oracle, has that Dominance Ice, has that Enchanted Talisman. I'm wondering, Nicolette, after she builds this this Genius Wand, all the more Meta should think about how they engage, because Team Sexy, again, you can't outgun them. That's what's gonna happen here in this mid game. You can't outgun them, and Rimuru's in trouble. Will he survive? Oh yes, he will.
They call him Twinkle Toes, as he's able to kind of dodge, zig, and zag his way to safety from that shotgun-wielding Sirius on that Beatrix. Ekes away, and right now it is 8-6. 4K gold lead for Team Sexy. This might be the last match of the night for them. We do see that Abyssal Arrow does go wide. Brilliance is activated. He thinks twice about diving in there too deep as Howl is forced to disengage.
Yep, so Meta here has to time out the fact that Nicolette has spent her ult. So it's going to be a while until she can actually take advantage of her newly built item. Again, I mentioned the Genius Wand. All this while, Sexy's going to play the map. And again, they're much better at playing the map, given that the Fanny has supreme mobility. Maybe only rivaled by Ling currently in the metagame. And look at how fast they make work of this Lord.
Yeah, they're trying to come in there and engage. We do see that Abyssal Arrow come down there. Down goes a 6. Followed closely behind by Sirius. Brilliance is activated, and Annie might be in a little bit of a bad way as Warrior's going to try to disengage. Abyssal Arrow lands onto Nicolette as Annie is able to pick up the kill. But here comes Rimuru trying to help out as Warrior's going to try to cut off the escape. Mismanages that wall just a little bit as the rest of Meta is going to go ahead and disengage to the safety of this. Oh, wow. Nope, not the safety as Rimuru says that the tower is not going to go ahead and stop him, but here comes the best player is not going to be able to get on into that tower as now we have this non-luminous Lord coming in through to the top lane.
Yep, level 1 Lord here on the side of Team Sexy marching up top, looking to smash that tier 2. It seems like it's these smaller corridors that Team Sexy has trouble with, given that Meta, the dashes that they're allowed by their kits can let them go through walls. But for Sexy, quite not the case. Literally all of their heroes don't go through walls. I think that's more normal that heroes don't go through walls, but that's the tactical advantage Meta has. So they have to leverage that to catch up. I mean, 5k gold lead, it's not nothing, but also it's very comebackable from. So Team Sexy, I'd say, set the pace, dictate where the team fights happen. Just the way, oh, look at that 2-man wild charge!
A wild charge connects on the 3 players. 6 goes down and is fouled down right now as they're trying to put damage onto the tower. Oh! And Sirius follow up right now. It is all Team Sexy right now. And Mikasa way in the back lines. Guts taken out as Nicolette is going to be able to flicker herself back out of the base to safety. And these tribe of minions joined by the rest of Team Sexy. Is Annie going to be able to stop this push? We are about to find out. And it looks like Team Sexy wisely gonna go ahead and move on to perhaps another tower here. Not gonna overstay their welcome.
About a minute until the next Lord. All members of Team Sexy now on the map. Meta pushing out all stragglers, but Team Sexy's gonna choke them. I wonder if Warrior and Gold can take this purple. This is very dangerous what they're doing, especially with Howl out there.
Yeah, we do see, 6 gets taken dangerously low, gets taken down quite quickly. They have latched onto Howl. Are they going to be able to take him down? And we see that Abyssal Arrow does connect. Gold taken dangerously low from that damage. Another Abyssal Arrow does go wide, but this is 1 person down for Team Meta. 11 seconds left on this next Luminous Lord.
Yep, this is a Lord that can jump. There's only 1 more level before the Lord can gain another skill, which is the lightning, so additional AoE damage. But still, gotta respect Howl. Watch out, he has a retribution, he has a lethal counter. Oh, still too fast though.
Yeah, they're so fast, even for a Belmont. Then you see Howl going down, thinking twice about that. Anna, in a very bad way, is so low, getting chased down by best player. Is he going to be able to catch him as 6 is trying to fend off? The rest of the team does spend that flicker to get himself to safety.
I love it. Meta was so close for the punish, but it started off with Warriors. 2-man wild charge, and that's all she wrote. I could have sworn I heard it.
Yeah, right now we have this Luminous Lord. They're trying to sync up lanes, but Gold gets picked off, possibly a misplay. It does put it in favor of Meta. We see the wall go out there, so trying to reset where the Lord is going to go. Give them a little bit more time. A smart thinking on the side of Warrior there, as we just see the cannibals coming in onto Howl. He is going to be able to dash away, does throw down that lethal counter. Another wall as best player goes down. Annie, are they going to be able to get away? She is going to be able to get away, as this Lord, not much value found out of it, even though it was a Luminous Lord. So a great defense and maybe a little bit of a swing in the favor of Team Meta here, as they have closed down this gold lead down and back to 6K.
Yep, Meta just kicked them out of their base and said, "Thank you, sir, come again." It's literally a kill and a successful defense. Lord didn't stand a chance. And we're seeing here slowly now how not only in those tight corridors wherein your hero can't go through with those cables for best player, but we're in even more open spaces in the absence of a wild charge and well-placed jumps by Rimuru and Nicolette hitting everybody with a brilliance. Team Sexy isn't as strong. Meta is still presenting quite a bit of a threat, so they have to watch out for that. And Six is just waiting for that miracle set. We've seen 2-man, 3-man wild charges. If Six can find the perfect, not even perfect, like close to perfect revenge and rage, Team Sexy can say goodbye to a sweep.
Yeah, and then the problem here is the disengage from Meta right now, especially when they're so close to their base, is basically, oh no, we do see Nicolette in trouble, does have to activate that brilliance. She can be able to get away there. We do have Warrior, the rest of the team is trying to come in. That flicker does come out and is able to help Nicolette get to safety, but the rest of Team Sexy is forced to engage. Annie gets put down pretty low, down goes Six. Annie follows there. This is it right now. Team Sexy is on a roll, but Sirius does take down somebody else. And Howl is in a bad way. How the wall does come out. Is this? Oh no! Karak Warrior does get taken down by that lethal counter. He was just standing there, almost in a mocking way. But we do see right now, this could be it. This is it. Team Sexy is moving on.
I love it. How poetic. You can't take out what built this scene, and Team Sexy still in this. GG, well played to Team Meta, though. In this matchup specifically, representing the New Bloods. I guess that's what the upper bracket finals is all about. We'll see. You can't kick us out just yet. Team Sexy still here and reppin'. Very poetic. They use that BTK sticker from M3 just to show that, hey, we're here on your behalf, all right? It's not over just yet.
Yeah, I mean, a great game played by both, but man, even I want to talk about the courage under fire, the ability to remain focused. Even best player just getting caught, abyssal arrow after abyssal arrow, taking those, but still coming back strong, acting like there was nothing. Just shook it off, coming back with 2 kills of his own, and then the whole of Team Sexy coming off of a loss, which probably was devastating for them to have to move down to the lower brackets, but man, still able to keep that momentum and use it to have, especially that last game, a very dominating pass for them.
Yep, and the fact that Warrior, as you mentioned, Private, what's the best way I can put this? Warrior is a hero, is a player that Sexy needs to step up. Let's just put it at that, right? Here tonight, he just did that. Specifically in the moments wherein his wild charge bought the game. And I think, if I may, that last moment wherein he was going toe-to-toe against Howl and died underneath the turret to the lethal counter, I think that was worth it all the more because the lethal counter could have been used to clear the wave. Lethal counter could have been used to kill more members, but he sacrificed himself. So again, Warrior is growing before our eyes. Warrior is earning all of our love. NAMLBB, acknowledge Warrior. He's doing his best, and with his help and the rest of Team Sexy, they're staying and they're finishing in at least third. We only have 3 teams left.
Yeah, 3 teams left and such a great game played by them. But guys, we have a very special interview here coming up with Team Sexy.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Whoa! There's three voices, if I'm not mistaken. We have on the line Nicolette, Rimuru, and Best Player. How y'all doing?
We're doing amazing. How about you? How about you?
We seem to have cooled down from our nerves of that game. First of all, congratulations, guys. Not many. This was something that me and Leo had talked about off screen. Is like, you know, we had Meta, who had a lot of time to relax, a lot of time to calm down from their loss, and so the question was going to be whether Team Sexy, whether you guys had that discipline to be able to come off of that loss so quickly and bounce back. And like, I mean, honestly, how did you guys? Were you guys able to maintain the composure? What did you guys tell each other going into this last series?
Can I start?
Okay, I will admit our team was very tilted off of the series versus TSU, but I think we all talked to each other and told each other to relax. We could bounce back. We go to grand finals again. It's totally fine. And I will admit, you know, I threw a lot, which is my bad. It's on my part, just really, really bad. But I won't be doing that next time. So.
All right. I'm sorry. That was Best Player, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, I love it, man. You know what? Manning up, and again, me and in private, like, we don't have to point it out. Like, at least you knew, and you were trying your best. So the fact that there's still that thought of we can still make it to grand finals. That was a tough game. I'm guessing it was more of a positive feedback for you and your team. But another question is, I'd like to hear from Rimuru and Nicolette as well. What was the plan? What was the game plan going into this next best of 3 against Meta? Did you guys decide that we were trying to be as comfortable as we can, or were you going to try something else? Were you going to go out of the box? What did you guys talk about before going up against Meta?
You want to talk Apple with me? Oh, okay. Okay. I'll just go. So, we realized that our game against New Wave, we weren't playing comfortable heroes. That's why we were struggling a lot. Me on Thamos, I haven't been practicing a lot as much as before, so I was struggling with just trading with Esme, and so I lost lane pretty badly, getting first blood as well. Also beforehand, we are low on sleep, like Warrior, me, we're low on sleep, and so the energy was not there. It was not the same as the Valley. We weren't as positive, we weren't talking as much, and so by second game, I had to mute and make sure that I was back in the game. I had to make sure that team was getting their call back. Nobody was talking first game against New Wave. It was dead silence for like at least every single 30 seconds, and so I realized that was a big mistake. We needed to communicate. It was really important as a team, especially shot calls, flickers, everything, ulti. And so our teammate was definitely not in the game against New Wave. So going into new meta, we made sure that each of us was talking those games on comfortable hero and just discussing before every single draft.
Oh, all right, makes sense. I mean, we saw it happening, and I'm so surprised to hear that game 1, y'all weren't actually talking, and most of you were. Did I hear that right, Rimuru? You were lacking sleep.
Yes. Actually, so Warrior had his he had 3 hours of sleep. I have 5 hours sleep. Coming back from work, and then so my brain was definitely not in the first game. I had little idea what I was doing. And trading with an Esme as a Thamos, I should win, but losing so badly, I realized that I need to step on my game. So during those 20-minute break, I made sure to keep calm, relax, and right before we went into metagame, I was trying to hype up our team. I made sure that gold lane, tank had to calm down and work together. Shot call was really important. And then team was, we definitely would argue, like, after that huge loss, getting swept, it was really huge. Like mentally, we had a lot of argument, but coming into new meta, we refreshed our mind and made sure that we came back.
And come back you did, right? I think Nicolette was talking about how getting comfort picks was a key to your victory against Meta. Your Lunox was first pick, Nicolette, right? If I'm not mistaken. How comfortable were you in these two games here tonight? These last two games.
I think. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think Lunox is my most comfortable hero as of right now.
Lunox mid, right? Because I speak to a lot of pro players and they like Lunox in gold a little more, but you're that special case. And I think Private and I saw today tonight how amazing your mid lane Lunox is. How it's able to like weave in through team fights, force out ults. You bait in with the brilliance. Can we expect to see more Lunox from you in the next stages?
Yes, I think our team needs my Lunox because it's our team is around like early game picks. Like that's our comfort, and Lunox is an early game pick, so I think we definitely need to pick that. Or Farsa.
Yeah. That was an interesting pick in the first place too, because we don't see very many Farzas. I think she's kind of fallen out of favor just because of the immobility that she has with that ult and being able to get to her. But I mean, used to perfection. I know it was a little rough going with that first game. It felt like you guys had the early game. From the mid game on, though, it was seeming like it was all team meta. Like, I mean, what was going through your minds as Warrior landed, was able to kind of chase down Mikasa and land that last fatal links on?
We were able to discipline them, and we saw him like being cocky, which is what many NA teams do. Like they get ahead and then they just like sit in front of your base, and that's what he did, and we were able to capitalize on his kill and eventually end.
Okay. Could I add on to that?
Of course.
Okay. So we got that pick at the very end against the UV, right? We got UV and Claude, and I think Claw accidentally TP in there by accident, and so it was definitely a little bit of luck. We can't say because Warrior was definitely not playing his best today, and so getting that last pick, I feel like it was definitely a little bit lucky because no team should do that after getting such a huge lead. They should just be playing safe, freezing lane and stuff like that. And so, although I'm really happy that we won against them, I'm not really happy by the way we won because even though we won against Team Meta 2-0, I feel like we trolled a lot. Like the game could have been a lot cleaner. We would have not been yelling as much in VC, saying do not troll, do not do this and stuff like that. But we'll make sure to not pull the same mistake in the grand final if we make it there, and especially in the next game because it's really crucial. Small mistake like this cannot be like bypassed, especially since it's NA. I feel like it can be, but at the same time it shouldn't be because once the game gets to like sea level, small mistake just ends the game, like how Mikasa did right there.
Wise words, especially when it comes to like the discipline there at the end. I mean, great game played by you guys. Like I said, it's been a journey watching you, especially I talked with you guys a little bit earlier about some of the roster changes you've gone through, and it's just been something that's that you explained. It's part of NA going through these roster changes, and something especially for how long you've been in NA competing here. So you've basically adapted to that. You've done with roster changes what other teams aren't able to do with their main roster, and with on Team Meta, in the fact of Team Meta with a coach as well. So I mean, congratulations on that. And I know, and it's very humbling to hear that, like, even though you guys 2-0'd, swept them, you still realize there are mistakes. You're able to own up to them and realize that there is still work to be done. This doesn't mean that you guys are at your peak. You guys still have some cleaning up to do. So congrats on that.
Before we wrap up and throw over, before we let you go, Nicolette, Rimuru, and Best Player, I have one question. You could potentially be facing off against New Wave again, or Team First Blood? Who would you rather drop to the lower bracket and face off against?
I would say it doesn't really matter as much to the team, but we definitely do want our revenge on TSU. I think we could have definitely put up a much bigger fight than we did those other two games. And like Rimuru said, those games were not perfect. We weren't talking. There was a lot of issues that I hope we can fix as a team. We have tomorrow, right? The game's tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow night, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I hope they get some sleep at least, and we play as a team, we communicate, and we execute our ideas.
All right, love it. So for best player, they want a revenge. They want round 2. All right. How about Nicolette? Nicolette, who do you want to face off against in the lower bracket finals?
I want to face off Team First Blood, not TSU, because like best player, I want to face them again, but in the finals, so we can actually beat them.
I see.
It actually matters.
All right.
Make that big drama out of it into the grand finals, the redemption story.
No
Rimuru.
drama. They're definitely
no drama.
It's kind of funny
really
because I was talking about that too. When we 2-0'd Meta, I was like, this is the redemption story. You feel me? Like, we're gonna go to grand finals. We're gonna take it all.
All right. How about Rimuru? Who do you want to face?
Me personally, I just want to face whoever's the better team, because getting first is just not enough for me. I feel like we're gonna win this. It has to be like the right way. We have to face which team is stronger. If TSU loses, it just means that TSU wasn't the best. So, and then we want to win, and we're gonna be the best.
Makes sense. Yeah. The best victory is when you grow. So I'm looking forward to how Team Sexy evolves and grows in the next few nights, especially if and when you guys get into the grand finals and maybe take home this season's NACT title. All right, congratulations again, Team Sexy, and thank you all so much. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us here. Have a good day.
Awesome. Private, they're great. Everyone we talked to tonight has so much to share.
Yeah, and it's just been an amazing journey so far for all of these teams. Honestly, Team Sexy has a very a near and dear place in my heart. Watching them, like I said, through the struggles, through the squad league of trying to get this roster together, try to get everybody on the same page. I mean, even with such a great games, there were some mistakes in there, but still, it's endearing to hear that there are mistakes. There are people, they realize that they make some bad plays, but able to come back from that. And I think that's the bigger story here, is that the ability to be able to bounce back from adversity when you're down, when you've been beaten and you've been dropped to the lower brackets and have to fight your way back there. Even in the case of best player, getting hit with those abyssal arrows early game, not just shaking him off like a duck, the water rolling off of his feathers, coming back in such a dominating way on that Fanny. And then before that, a little trouble and some frustrations from Warrior on that Atlas, getting caught a lot, but then at the very end, able to kind of pick it back up, catch the team, maybe getting a little cocky, and able to rally his team behind him as he gets a great pick off. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that right now.
Yep, and all the more, one of my favorite pickups from our little talk with Team Sexy is the fact that it's their XP laner who's super aware of what's going on. Like, it's Rimuru who actually shared with us, right? Like, oh yeah, we weren't talking much in that first series, and a lot of us were lacking sleep, and I made sure to check in on folks, and that's super important. And there's very few XP laners I know that are actually good communicators, and they're very strong when they do kick in. So I'm hoping to see how Team Sexy bounce back tomorrow night. And maybe again, it's so poetic that a team as long running as Team Sexy, with names and players as prominent as them in the NA MLBB scene, are still here making a difference. I think that's significant.
Yeah, it is an amazing night of matches that we've had here. I'm going to tell you, man, they might have trouble sleeping, but I'm not because, man, I am worn out from the excitement tonight, but it doesn't end here. We still have the second half of the finals tomorrow night where you guys can catch us at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. You're going to see me and Leo's beautiful faces again tomorrow casting these matches. But for right now, we're gonna turn it over to the wonderful, sexy, waiting and patient Assassin Dave.
Wow, what an interview, guys. That was incredible to see Team Sexy, a lot of teammates in the team actually, like, and I go way back with a lot of members here, and to see them obviously having a rough first best out of 3 series against Meta, against the New Wave, and then come in against the take it on Meta and show the difference. Obviously, in game 1, we see a lot of mistakes being made, and you hear Mumu recognizing those mistakes, and they're able to readjust their posture, readjust their mental in the game when the game is happening. It's just actually really good. Now, obviously, another thing that you have to understand is when those kind of pro players play in the game, they're really pressured, especially in our tournament. This game after game after game after game, you can see how the tournament is structured. So the pressure is really high, and I see them obviously overcoming all the difficulties and then challenges and able to win and get to tomorrow. That's just fantastic. But still, nonetheless, big shout out to Meta for making the incredible upset in this entire tournament so far, taking out the team that nobody thought that they had a chance against, but obviously showing that NA is so much more than the last tournament, right? NA has progressed so much more. But ladies and gentlemen, remember, NA City Summer is just the beginning. NA City Autumn season is coming up too to determine who will go to the NA qualifier for M4. And then that is going to be more and more exciting. North America Esports Mobile Legends has just gotten started. So make sure to like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells so you can follow all the future tournaments. So you can really follow everything that's going to be happening in the North America Esports arena. So with that being said, that's about to wrap it up for all of us. Make sure to follow our incredible casters, Private Dancer, as well as Leo, so you can follow their future adventures on the Land of Dawn. With that being said, this is gonna be us saying goodbye. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the second half of the final stage to determine the 2 grand finalists next week. It's gonna be so exciting. I cannot wait for it. But just like Best Player was saying, get some sleep. If you're in North America. If you're like Leo in the other side of the globe, maybe have a wonderful day. But I will see you tomorrow. Bye for now. Mwah.